Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3. Test test 1 2.
Good evening and welcome to the board's evening business meeting this day, Thursday, May the 30th, 2019. If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Could I get approval of the agenda?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Zuckerman.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. We are going to start the meeting with our human resources appointments. But before we do, I just want to thank the board and thank the community for your understanding for Dr. Smith's absence today. He shared with me this morning that he wanted you to know that his grandson had a very successful 12 hours of open heart surgery. And so he is with his grandson and his daughter and his family, which is where he should be today, caring for the baby. And so if we can continue to keep him and his family in our thoughts, that would be great. But I did just want to say thank you for acknowledging and understanding his absence. And so with that, we will turn it over to Ms. Dempsey for appointments. So our first appointment today is going to be Mr. Scott Hughes. Our first appointment today is going to be Mr. Scott Hughes, Supervisor of Technology Innovation, Modernization, and Management, Office of the Chief Technology Officer. Mr. Hughes is joined by his wife, Lisa, his sons, Jake and Jimmy, his parents, Pete and Betty, and his director, Dr. Kara Trenkamp, is over there. Department of Technology Integration and Support. Mr. Hughes has been employed with MCPS for 26 years in various information technology positions, most recently as a supervisor in the Department of Technology Integration and Support. He looks forward to his new expanded role in helping the school system find innovative educational technologies that align with the district's priorities and initiatives.
Move for approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
Our next appointment tonight is Mr. William McGrath, Supervisor, Physical Disabilities Programs, Office of Special Education. Mr. McGrath is joined by his wife, Christy Stanford, and his sons, Will and Andrew. Mr. McGrath has been employed with MCPS for 13 years as an occupational therapist, instructional specialist, and most recently as the acting supervisor of the Physical Disabilities Program. He looks forward to providing leadership and support to the staff members in the Physical Disabilities Programs as they play an integral role in providing the necessary services to our students and families.
Move approval. Second.
I'm sorry, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
Our next appointment is Mr. Gary Rand II, Principal, Sligo Creek Elementary School. Mr. Rand is joined by his wife, Elsa, his daughter, Arabella, his son, Gary, and his parents, Gary and Donna. Mr. Rand has been employed with MCPS for 3 years as the assistant principal at Lake Seneca Elementary School. He looks forward to joining the dedicated Sligo Creek Elementary School community as the next principal and continuing a wonderful tradition of academic excellence.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
And our final appointment tonight is Ms. Rosario Paula Velasquez, Principal, Jackson Road Elementary School. Ms. Velasquez is joined by her parents, Alexander and Graciela, her son, Jason Walton, her son's paternal grandmother, Evelyn Harper, her mentor, Ms. Elise Burgess, Principal, Sally Rod Elementary School, her visiting principal, Mr. Shahid Mohammed, Forest Oak Middle School, and Mr. Evan Pinkowitz, Principal, Belmont Elementary School, and one more, her current principal at Poolsville Elementary School, Mr. Doug Robbins. Ms. Velasquez has been employed with MCPS for 13 years as a second grade teacher, math focus teacher, reading focus teacher, assistant principal, and most recently as the principal intern at Poolsville Elementary School. She looks forward to joining the Jackson Road Elementary School community to support the academic success of all students while ensuring a safe and welcoming environment.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Congratulations. Dr. Zuckerman?
Thank you. So in addition, we also today are going to be recognizing our retirees. And I'm going to read a resolution in a moment, but I just wanted to share with the board and the public that since May, 650 employees have shared that they will be retiring from MCPS and are included in this board resolution report. These employees have been invited to the retirement celebration to be held on Thursday, June 6th at Richard Montgomery High School. 2 employees have more than 50 years of service. I just want to share them with you. Miss Frances Franny Fluke, who actually is retiring, I think tomorrow, Miss Dempsey, is going to be her last day. She worked for our school system for 51 and a half years. And Mr. Seymour Thomas from Plant Operations, he's a building service area supervisor. He will be retiring on July 2019, and he has 54 and a half years of service. So, whereas the persons on the attached list are retiring or have retired from Montgomery County Public Schools, whereas each person through outstanding performance of duties and dedication to the education of our youth has made a significant contribution to the school system, which is worthy of special commendation, now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education express their sincere appreciation to each person for faithful service to the school system and to the children of the county, and also extend to each one best wishes for the future. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to each retiree.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Okay.
And we have one more resolution, our Counselor of the Year award winners. And so I'm just going to share, and I believe we have a PowerPoint for this. Is that right, Mr. Turner? And if not, that's okay. So I don't know if we have our counselors here who are our counselor winners, but let me just share with you the resolution. Whereas Montgomery County Public Schools Counselor of the Year Award is celebrated to focus attention on the unique contributions of professional school counselors and the tremendous impact school counselors have in helping students in the county achieve school success and be college ready and plan for their career. Whereas this annual award honors outstanding school counseling professionals who are focused on the whole student, which includes students' academic success, social growth, and emotional stability. Whereas it is appropriate that MCPS recognize the vital role that school counselors play in the personal and academic achievement of students by honoring the best of the best school counselors with the Montgomery County Public Schools Counselor of the Year Award, one school counselor from each school level. Now therefore be it resolved that on behalf of the Superintendent of Schools, staff, members, students, parents, and guardians, The members of the Montgomery County Board of Education congratulate the winners of the 2019 School Counselor of the Year Awards, Mr. David D. Mullaney, Counselor, Quinch Orchard High School, Ms. Hillary E. Murphy, Counselor, Francis Scott Key Middle School, and Ms. Julie M. Tannen, Counselor, Meadow Hall Elementary School. I'm so glad you guys.
Right, okay. So I can get a motion to
Move
approve.
approval. Second.
I was waiting. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. So our next item on the agenda is public comments. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, or other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. Each speaker will receive 3 minutes for comments. Please speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on, accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the button on the microphone to begin speaking and push it once more at the sound of the buzzer. We ask speakers to be respectful to all who have signed up to testify by adhering to the time limits and stopping their testimony when the buzzer sounds. If possible, we ask that you remain in the room in case board members have comments to make or questions to ask. If you have not done so already, please provide copies of your testimony to staff before sitting down. Now would Ronald Frezzo, Stacy Lynch, and Rodney Peel, and Cynthia Simonson come to the table?
Can I just say one thing again?
Sure. And as you're coming to the table, I'll let Dr. Zuckerman make a few comments.
So I just want to thank everyone for coming, and I had shared earlier, and I know some people were not in the room. I had thanked the board and the community on behalf of Dr. Smith, who sends his regrets that he couldn't be here. He shared with me this morning that his grandson did have successful open heart surgery that lasted all day yesterday, and so we are continuing to keep him and his family in our thoughts, but I just want to let folks know who might not understand why I'm sitting in this seat, so thank you.
Thank you. We will begin with Rodney, if you are here. Ron, okay. Push your button. Thank you.
Okay. Members of the board and administrators, I thank you for this opportunity to address you regarding my observations on the International Baccalaureate program in Montgomery County and the program at Richard Montgomery in particular. I retired in 2017 after 32 years in MCPS and 49 years overall as a music educator. I come with no agenda, but perhaps a unique perspective. When I first started at Richard Montgomery in 1984, it had a reputation as one of the worst high schools in Montgomery County. I found a school with a wide variety of types of students who were generally eager to learn and as pleasant as those I found in my previous positions, including a religious high school. My understanding of the reason to implement the IB program was the demographic shifts that were occurring, resulting in declining enrollment at RM and the board's proper wish to keep the school open as it is the original high school in Montgomery County. What was accomplished at Richard Montgomery by the introduction of the IB was a rising tide raising all boats. It challenged those on the fence to up their academic performance. It gave the students who weren't academic superstars a pride to be in a school with such an academic reputation, fostered a kinship among students who undertook this rigorous curriculum with students of similar academic backgrounds. It did all this while creating a school where students of all colors, religions, academic levels, ethnicities, and financial resources basically get along. Indeed, a paradigm of what we want America to be. I offer these recommendations. Do this slowly. It's my understanding that these changes are to be started for the 2019-20 school year. That's ambitious, and I remember when the IB was implemented at RM alone, 6 to 8 teachers and administrators spent a semester in constructing curriculum, admission standards, and structuring of schedules. From my understanding, the changes that you have proposed dwarf that early initiative. Be aware of the levels of offerings that have to be available to promote a program that reaches such high levels. Offering Language 7 for the bilingual IB diploma can only be done when there's a substantial number of students wishing to achieve that diploma. I stress the next 2 points. Continue to allow students from across the county to apply to the program at Richard Montgomery. Without that access, you deny students a coterie and experience I know impossible to achieve otherwise. We educators like to think it's us who bring students to high achievement levels, but years ago a student had moved to the Whitman area from an up-county school told his former teacher, "It's the kids who make it." Look at increasing the amounts of students applying to the IB at the other schools in MCPS that currently offer the program. This would take training of teachers at the feeder middle schools, appropriate offerings at those schools, and education of parents and students alike. This approach would grow those programs without the transportation issues and expenses of 3 more magnet programs. It would draw, is that me?
Yeah, that's you. Thank
Okay,
you,
don't
Mr.
throw the
Lynch.
baby out with the bathwater, sorry.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Stacy Lynch.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Lynch. I am a first grade teacher at Stedwick Elementary School, where I have been teaching since 2005. I am a first grade CTL rep and MCEA building rep. If my name sounds familiar to some of you, it is because I am the one who logged all of the testing hours during the 2017-2018 school year. Although I met with Dr. Janet Wilson and Ms. Nikki Hazel last summer to discuss my testing concerns and go over my data, it seems things have not gotten any better. In fact, they've gotten worse. Last year, my students spent 65 hours and 16 minutes testing. This year, they spent 69 hours and 2 minutes testing. According to Maryland House Bill 461, the More Learning, Less Testing Act of 2017, there is a testing limit of 2.2% of the school year, which equates to 23.8 hours. Clearly, I am approximately 3 times beyond that mark. Last summer, I was informed that I have interpreted the law incorrectly, that it is actually 9.1 hours of testing per student. I logged the hours both ways this year. You will see the breakdown of my data along with my comments in my written report. Out of 17 students, 7 of my students reached the 9.1 hour mark. 5 students were within 45 minutes of that mark. The other 5 students were not with me the whole year. Let's look at this data in a different way. A typical elementary school day is 6 hours and 25 minutes long. If you take away an hour for lunch and recess and 45 minutes for specials, that leaves roughly 4 hours and 20 minutes of instructional time, which will be even less due to transition time. With the 4+ hours left of instructional time, it will take 16 days to reach the 69-hour mark. That is more than 3 weeks of instruction lost due to testing. That is time the students are not being taught because so much of the testing has to be done one-on-one. In addition to the loss of instructional time, this also takes an emotional toll on our students. I have had students in tears when it comes to taking these assessments. Students are also acting out because they are not getting the help they need in order to succeed. The number of behavior problems increases greatly when teachers are assessing their students and not available. To me, it does not matter if the number is 23.8 or 9.1. There is still far too much testing going on, and it must stop. I realize that with the new curriculum, the testing will be changing. However, with the complete rollout still several years away, we need to make some immediate changes. I am asking you to step in and do what is right for our children. Please work together with educators to make the best decisions with regards to assessing our students. I gladly volunteer myself to be a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you begin, Mr. Peel, Ms. Simonson, you can come down to the table, please. Yeah, no problem. Okay, all right, Mr. Peel, go ahead.
Good evening, Board of Education, Dr. Zuckerman, Dr. Navarro, teachers all around. I'm Rodney Peel, Cluster Coordinator for the Richard Montgomery High School Cluster. 2 weeks ago, I told you that the parents and students, we wanted more choices, transparency, time to learn and make decisions about high school programs. I asked you to slow down, yet I still come here today feeling like this whole process of implementing new high school programs is very rushed. And not just because I only have 3 minutes here of testimony. First, MCPS, I think MCPS is going to propose to identify the many highly able learners in every school. That's good, really good. But why not start that screening this fall, see how it works, see if it's accurate and helpful, and see the impact it has on parent, student, and school decisions for a year, and then roll out the new application processes. Why rush to do it at the same time for programs that just potentially will add more seats and opportunity in the future? I feel like MCPS has made the same mistake many times, rushing to implement from Curriculum 2.0 to the rollout of the METIS report recommendations in elementary and middle schools. So first, I ask you not to start the new screening and new applications simultaneously this fall, especially for new programs that haven't been fully developed. MCPS also plans to do the screening and selection for potentially 100 more seats in the yet-to-be-described new regional programs. And we've heard of regional programs a lot lately, and it seems to mean different things in the MCPS system. There's a long list, and it can be the Poolesville and Blair splitting the county in half. It can be more like Seneca Valley and Edison CTE programs, or the Homeland Security and other regional programs. But what MCPS seems to be doing with the IB programs, regional programs, would be creating winners and losers that is significantly different than all the other regional programs in the county. And I don't think that MCPS has made a coherent case for that approach yet. And also, I feel like, this board, you want to be the board that tells half the county or 3/4 of the county that their children can no longer attend the Richard Montgomery Magnet because you've created regional programs instead. I worry that we're going to have trade-offs again. It reminds me of some of the trade-offs at the middle school level where students were getting 1 or 2 magnet classes instead of a whole magnet program. So I ask you not to downgrade the Richard Montgomery countywide magnet into a regional program. Also, it sounds like MCPS will use multiple criteria for assignment to the IB program at 4 locations. Assignment doesn't sound like choice to me. It sounds like less choice. And so I ask you not to restrict choices and options for students. I think there's better IB expansion alternatives. And I think that regardless of the intent, Richard Montgomery will appear diminished if you make it a regional program instead of countywide. At the end of my testimony, I included a list of factors that our cluster came up with that we think are important for all the local IB programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peel. Ms. Simonson? Yeah. Ms. Simonson, you can begin.
Good evening, everyone. This is my name is Cynthia Simonson, Vice President of Educational Issues for MCC-PTA. There are a number of topics that we're interested in tonight, but I'm here tonight to speak to the high school choice programs. From the memo distributed this evening, MCPS will build on the model introduced at elementary and middle schools. Well, this is not comforting for some of our most active and involved members who have closely followed the METIS report and choice rollout. While there have been some positive aspects, the well-intentioned haste of MCPS to show movement has been riddled with unaddressed concerns and ongoing frustration, largely due to the lack of transparency and specificity. I've met with MCPS on numerous occasions in the last year with regard to the adjusted middle school selection process and spent hours on behalf of our members wrestling with the ambiguity surrounding the expansion courses being rolled out, how students would be placed, how teachers were being selected, what professional development teachers would have access to. And MCPS couldn't answer, stating at several points, "We're building the plane while flying it." While that was a very accurate picture of what was occurring, it's not reassuring to our parents who are entrusting their children's education and future to the system. We ask for the high school program expansions experience to be different. What could be different? 1, clear guidance. Decisions are made at central office, but the carrying out of those decisions are left to the individual schools that may or may not receive clear guidance regarding those expectations. Parents are left to rely on word of mouth to determine, is this how it's supposed to work? But because MCPS is hesitant to state clear expectations to ensure administrators, teachers, and parents are all on the same page. Transparent, comprehensive plans is also necessary. We support strong local school programs, but as we enter phase 1, we need transparent, comprehensive metrics and plans, so it's very clear what we intend to strengthen, what we intend to replicate, and where more supports are required if the plans are not on target. In no circumstance would we support plans that could have a detrimental impact on one high school's programs in hopes of building another. Instead, we support building where there is promise, and we support shoring up those areas where help is clearly needed. We stand ready, MCCPTA stands ready to support MCPS with this effort. We want this expansion to be wildly successful, but we urge MCPS to do this better all the way around. We believe better includes ensuring the blueprints for the plane are available for review for the Board of Education. It should be for the Board of Education, for our parents, our teachers, our students, before MCPS puts the plane in the air. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your comments. We appreciate you coming today. And at this time, we will ask the next community members to come to the table. We will have Patrick Truman, Ellen Zavion, Karen McKernan, and Jill McCohen. You can please come to the table. McCowan. I pronounced it wrong. Yeah. Thank you. We'll start with Patrick, if you're ready. Yes, absolutely. You push the button right in front of you. Yes. It says
Okay.
mic. Yes.
To go? I went. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name's Dr. Patrick Truman. I'm a science teacher at Quince Orchard High School. I've also earned a master's in social work, and I worked with marginalized youth in Boston. I want to speak on the upcoming item on choice update for high school program options. This seems to me a fantastic expansion for career options, especially for students who do not plan to go to college directly after high school. As Superintendent Smith says on page 3 of his memo on this item, the intent of the plan is to provide all high school students access to robust programs and a level of choice that matches their interests, talents, and future college and career plans. I would like to push the thinking on how these options could be more effective in engaging all students, and to suggest that MCPS also needs to cast a wider net to attract learners. As presented at the May CTL meeting, the high school programs expand upon options already targeted to elementary and middle school programs. The innovative school year programs about to start at Roscoe Nix and Arcola Elementary on July 8th will hopefully strengthen and maintain student engagement for our younger students, and I appreciate the additional service the professional educators at these sites are willing to provide. As programs are expanded to the high school level, I have a couple questions. 1, how are we going to engage students that do not have a strong history of school engagement, and how can we accommodate students who have new or increasing pressures of life that pull them away from high school? It is not difficult for me to build relationships with students that I see every day. I have a harder time doing this with students that have 10, 20, or even more absences. One of my students I've only seen once this entire marking period. I don't have the answer, but I know we have to try something different to engage these young people. How are we as a school system going to engage or re-engage these absent learners? Surely this is one of the significant factors contributing to, or at least correlating with, the achievement gap. We already have decades of data. How many more 13 and 14-year-olds need to grow up as absent learners with marginal educations? Our students need to be engaged in learning life skills, not simply passed up and out into real life. While students might think they have gamed the system by earning a passing grade after missing 47 days of English class, I know that in reality we have let them down. Jennifer Webster, Director of School Support and Improvement, told the Washington Post, quote, "It's about the grade. It's not about the number of absences." No, it's about education and it's about learning. I hope the board will consider increased options for these students as it continues to plan. We should offer options such as night school or Saturday school. We should allow some students to take summer teacher-led classes for primary credit rather than waiting for them to fail a class. We should expand bilingual programming as the populations of the county continue to shift. We should partner with community resources to reach out to the specific students that we know have poor attendance and try to proactively re-engage them during the summer. Oy, oy, oy. MCPS should be a school system with multiple options driven by equity and individual student needs. We must put education, student learning first, not data about students or percentages of students graduating. Thank you.
We have your written testimony, so.
I'll email
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Thanks.
So now we'll hear from Ellen Zabion.
Close enough.
Yeah, okay. Xavier.
I am a professor, I'm an attorney, I work in sports, but I'm a parent. And it's so glad to see teachers here and hear them. And the parents are behind you 100%. So let's talk about what I'm working on with a group called Safe Tech. We meet with MCPS, CTO, and General Counsel on a monthly basis about technology in the classroom. We have incredible experts on this Safe Tech committee. We've been meeting for over a year, maybe two. I've lost count of the pro bono hours that I have given MCPS. It's a good thing I'm not sending you my bill. But we have hit a wall, and we are here for your help. Because we have been notifying MCPS that they are in violation of FERPA, COPA, and the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, which is called the PPRA. And what we got in return was, yes, but we're not going to do anything about shutting this down and stopping the violations. That's why I'm here today. So it's either the board does something or I go to the Attorney General and to the Department of Education, because these are federal and state laws that MCPS is violating. For example, My MCPS sounds like something that MCPS created. MCPS Helper sounds like another product MCPS created. After all, you're using the MCPS logo and the name. Gotcha. Other vendors are using our trademark, and MCPS is not sending a cease and desist letter that is required by law to be sent to protect your trademark. Further, these apps, these third-party vendors, go into our system daily, thousands of times every month, and get to see our students' grades, names, teachers, their special ed classes, if they have one called a resource class. So there's IAP issues as well. They get to see everything the parents and the students see for their grades and their class schedules. We were told if this is shut down, that other third-party vendors like Canvas will have to do something else. And let me tell you, vendors every day get updates from their customers. And it is high time MCPS sends the same
We have your
message
written testimony.
to these vendors.
We appreciate
Thank
you. Thank you. And now we'll hear from Karen McKernan.
Yes. Good evening, and thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Karen McKernan, and I am a 5th grade teacher at Arcola Elementary School. Last year, I joined my colleagues, administration, central office representatives as a member of the ISY Planning Committee. We have met monthly to develop the timeline, determine appropriate programming, and share input for the innovative school year program. I was very eager to roll up my sleeves and help plan the finest program for our students because they deserve to have the best opportunities provided to them. I believe the program and the initiatives that will be implemented will be successful due to the talents and dedication of the staff. Those of us who have chosen to stay believe in the program, but most importantly, we have chosen to stay because we love our students, the school, and the community. Additionally, I have also been a member of the ISY Bargaining Committee. After participating in the fair bargaining process and the memorandum of understanding was signed, it was found out that administrators were to receive a larger stipend and 3 personal days. Needless to say, many teachers at both Arcola and Roscoe Nix felt disrespected and not valued for the work they do and will be doing while pioneering this new program. I want to highlight this because morale is low among my colleagues, and many feel uncertain about several topics, including stipend, personal days, curriculum, assessment, and new initiatives. All these things impact the learning conditions of our kids. We want to be present for our children and focus on them and not these uncertainties. However, teachers are warriors by nature, and we have lost dozens of talented and dedicated staff members, which is again negatively impacting our students. Working in the Innovative School Year program is different than teaching in an ELO, which is an Extended Learning Opportunity Program. We will be responsible for grading and reporting, attending meetings, trainings, school events, maintaining fidelity to curriculum, and implementing new programming, all while trying to figure out how to make the learning fun and engaging for students during the summer. Several of my colleagues are wondering how they're going to pay for childcare and day camps this summer when they're teaching. Childcare can cost upwards of $2,000 per child per month. My colleagues and I will be working a full 4 weeks before even receiving a paycheck, causing a financial strain. This stipend will help alleviate some of this burden. However, personal days are important to us too because we are working an additional 6 instructional weeks this summer. We typically are 10-month employees and we'll be missing a precious time with our family so that we can make an impact on the lives of our children that we work with. All these issues that I've mentioned demoralize the staff. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. So now we will hear from our next speaker, Jill McCowan.
Hello, I am Jill McCowan, an art teacher who represents the elementary school art teachers on the Council of Teaching and Learning. Our campaign this year has been to secure equitable funding for art materials for all of our students in Montgomery County. And you've heard from me several times this year, so hello again, thank you so much. We spoke and you listened. Now we have guidelines for art supplies in a document that was sent to principals and art teachers to all of our 134 elementary schools. Yeah. Unfortunately, because it is a guideline and not a rule, we still do not have equitable arts funding for our students. The good news is since the memo went out, 5 of our 134 elementary schools have increased their per pupil art material spending for next year. Of those 5 with an increase, though, only 1 of those schools allocated the recommended minimal amount of $3.60 per student. The other 3 increased, but not to the minimally suggested amount. One school, though, has promised to increase the full amount of $5.40 for the following year, which is fabulous for those students. The sad news is that other schools read the memo but did not change at all. And the terrible news is that 3 schools have actually decreased their funding, stating that it was only a guideline, not a rule. One principal told the art teacher that because of the new math curriculum, the school had to spend money on the new math manipulatives and is therefore taking that out of the art budget for next year. Board members, you have heard us. You know the needs of our students and the importance of funding the arts. Please send a message to all administrators that arts funds should not be a choice, but a requirement. Every student in Montgomery County deserves equal access to the art curriculum, and that means equitable arts funding. Let's work towards a rule, not just a guideline. It's not too late for this year, as many art teachers are still placing their supply orders, including me. Our school system should support all of us, educating all of our students, like our neighbors in Baltimore, Howard, and Prince George's counties, who each have dedicated equitable arts funding for their students. And that is why I'm here tonight representing the 129 elementary schools who have yet to follow these guidelines, so that all means all. I am hoping that this last plea of the year in front of this board will send a message that you really do care about our students' education. Please consider amending the guideline to a rule so that each student gets equal access to our curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming today and for giving your public comments. Mrs. Modrowski, I saw you wanted to touch your light.
Let me turn these off.
You have too many on.
I just want, as a follow-up, I feel like that guideline concept was maybe not necessarily in the spirit of what the board had asked about previously in terms of a requirement. Could we get some follow-up information on how that is?
Yes, Ms. Modrowski, we are actually not done the process. We are actually taking a look at that and are continuing to work to create more of a comprehensive process of funding for the arts and all of the electives at the elementary, the specials at the elementary level. So there is guidance information that went out that goes out every year, but we haven't yet finalized all of the recommendations that we're bringing forward about how we move on this topic. So there is more to come on this topic.
When do you expect that you'll have?
So I think by probably middle of June we will, for implementation into next school year, bringing forward.
Okay. I also just wanted to mention, comment on, Mr. Patrick Truman's comments. I just wanted to say that I really appreciated I feel exactly the same way about engagement being so important for our kids and making sure. Dr. Daka and I attended the state's attorney's truancy prevention program graduate. Oh, and Mrs. Silvestri as well last night, and just hearing from those kids and how they were inspired to stay in school by their engagement. So I just wanted to say that I agree. So,
Mrs. Silvestri.
Yeah. Wanted to learn a little bit more about the this data issue, maybe at a later time, but also very interested in how the new student data system will or will not address the issues that were raised.
We can provide a follow-up.
Okay. Seeing no more lights, at this time I will ask the following people to come to the table. Ms. Margaret Norris, Michelle Perez, Tracy Mathis, and Jim Blah. I'm sure I pronounced that incorrectly. And once you're seated and ready, we'll start with Ms. Norris.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Zuckerman, Dr. Navarro. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Margaret Norris, and I teach kindergarten at Arcola Elementary School. I am speaking off agenda tonight regarding the innovative school year calendar at Arcola and Roscoe Nix. Those of us who have decided to stay and support the innovative school year are gearing up to welcome the next class of students in 38 days. In fact, 2 weeks from today is our first pre-service day of next year. Having worked many years of extended learning opportunity, ELO, at Arcola, I have seen firsthand the benefits of summer learning. 14 of my current 17 students were in my ELO class last summer. As a result, teaching and learning began in July, and we picked right back up in September. They have made exceptional growth. Although I support the notion of the innovative school year, I have grave concerns regarding the benefits and incentives currently on the table for teachers and staff, and the way these benefits and incentives are being communicated to the public. We learned via media outlets that the MCEA and SEIU stipends were less than 23% of the MCAP stipend. The MCAT agreement also includes 3 additional personal days, whereas teachers and staff receive 1 additional personal day. In an email to the Roscoe, Nix, and Arcola communities, it was communicated that teachers will receive just over 17% of our current salary as compensation for the additional 6 weeks of work. An email from the Chief Operating Officer sent to our communities yesterday further clarified those numbers. As a 32-year veteran teacher with 4 area certifications, Maryland Advanced Professional Certification, National Board Certification, a master's degree, and 60 additional graduate hour credits, I will receive, as per that email, 16% more annually for working in an ISY school. What wasn't made clear in any of the communication referenced above is that 15% of that is my salary. The salary for the additional 6 weeks of work. And that teachers will not be paid for those hours until 4 weeks after the program has begun. When the current MCEA-MCPS Memorandum of Understanding came out several weeks ago, I was disappointed that we would not receive a full paycheck for 4 weeks. This is a hardship for teachers, yet there is no mention of that hardship in any of the communication sent to our families. We have been told in MCEA, MCPS, Memorandum of Understanding, I'm repeating myself. We've been told in meetings that the Innovative Calendar is a pilot program, which is the reason we cannot be moved from a 10-month to a 12-month schedule. However, our parents have been told emphatically that this is not a pilot program, and that expansion to all 28 Title I schools is an exciting possibility. I sit, not stand here, concerned not only for my morale and the morale of my colleagues, but more importantly, concerned about the impact that the standing memorandum will have on hundreds of other professionals and thousands of children. Attached to my comments you have received, I've attached the emails I referenced in my speech. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Michelle Perez. You just push that button, and if you, Ms. Norris, can turn your light off. Thank you. Okay.
Hello, my name is Michelle Perez, and I'm very nervous. I am a mother of a kindergartner at Arcola Elementary School, and I'm also the incoming president of the PTA. However, I haven't started, my official duties, so my views are my own. I have been very stressed these last few weeks as I've been learning about the low teacher morale at my school and Roscoe Nix about the innovative school year. The teachers are upset about the negotiations between MCEA and MCPS regarding compensation and poor preparations. Regarding compensation, the teachers are feeling upset about being offered a $2,000 stipend while the principals got $9,000. They're only being given 1 extra personal day while the principals get 3. They're also upset that they will start the new school year this July 8th, but they won't start getting paid until a month later. Furthermore, these 2 MCPS letters to the school parents that I've read, it makes it seem like the teachers are getting paid way more than the principals, but they're simply getting paid for the additional 30 days of work, and the county continues to ignore the actual dispute over the differentials in stipend bonuses. And on top of all of that, I joined the teachers' worries about the poor preparation for the innovative school year. I am shocked that the curriculum hasn't been fully established. I am worried about the timing of the instruction and the countywide testing that will now be mismatched, putting into question how the new school year will be able to show success. The teachers are anxious about getting back into their classrooms to put them back together after the cleaning crews dismantle the rooms to clean them before the first day of school. They're worried about the air conditioning that will conk out again during the summer months as it has over the last several summer school programs. Instead of feeling stressed, the teachers should be feeling celebrated and supported as they embark on this exciting, new, innovative school year journey that has been touted as a new tool in the toolbox to help our Title I schools. In addition to the aforementioned issues, I'd like to know how is the county addressing the evaluation of success for this new school year? How long will the pilot run before determining it may not be working? What mid-course corrections are anticipated to ensure success for our Title I schools and the possibility of the remainder of the schools joining in? Whether the county has analyzed why DC quit and what we're going to do to avoid making those same mistakes, and so we can replicate it at the 26 other Title I schools and don't end up in the same place. My 2 cents worth for the Board of Education is to encourage MCPS to raise morale and sprint back to the negotiating table with MCEA and do everything possible to make the teachers feel heard, understood, appreciated, and respected. They deserve nothing less. Our kids deserve nothing less.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Mathis, yes, you can begin.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Mathias. I'm a parent to 2 children enrolled in the MCPS Primary Magnet Program. Thank you for providing the opportunity to discuss the status of the Primary Magnet Program, a special program available to elementary school students enrolled at Tacoma Park Elementary School and Piney Branch Elementary School. I, along with hundreds of other families, have students thriving in this program. As this school year ends, I learned through the PTA that Piney Branch Elementary School is losing their STEM teacher because the special program budget line, previously funded at 0.5 FTE, has been defunded. Also, the focus teacher funding has been reduced from 0.5 FTE to 0.2 FTE. These budgetary changes essentially end the Primary Magnet Program for hundreds of students identified in kindergarten. MCPS has been silent about this change and the impact it has on Piney Branch Elementary School students. How can hundreds of Primary Magnet Program students lose a special program without notice when the county is funding MCPS millions of dollars beyond what is required? We, the parents of students enrolled in the Primary Magnet Program, are seeking the restoration of 0.5 FTE special program and 0.3 FTE focus funding to continue the Primary Magnet Program for Piney Branch Elementary School. The demographics at Piney Branch Elementary School are majority minority, and approximately 1/3 of enrolled students are eligible for free and reduced meals. These students do not have resources available to access dedicated STEM instruction outside of the school system. Don't break your promise to deserving students enrolled in the Primary Magnet Program. Before you adopt the FY20 budget, please restore the Piney Branch Elementary School 0.5 FTE special program and 0.3 FTE focus funding that allows the school to fulfill the promises of the Primary Magnet Program. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jim Blau. I live in Tacoma Park. My 10-year-old son, JJ, is in 4th grade at Piney Branch Elementary, and my 6-year-old daughter, Sabrina, is in 1st grade at Tacoma Park Elementary. The STEM program is very important to both of them, and I urge you to find a way to not cut funding for it. Rather than try to relate to you what the program means to them secondhand, I've asked them to each write a few sentences, which I will now read to you unedited. My son JJ's statement. Recently, Piney Branch Elementary School won an award granting $500 due to conserving energy. And I feel that without STEM, we would not have won that award. My name is James Joseph Blau, and I am a 10-year-old boy. I think that without STEM, I would not have learned many of the problem-solving skills that I use today. STEM has greatly impacted my peers, and we are upset to see it go. Thank you for listening to what I have to say, and I hope that you consider my and my fellow classmates' opinions before you take away STEM next year. My daughter Sabrina statement. Hi, my name is Sabrina Marie Blau, and I am a 6-year-old girl who loves STEM. One of the reasons why I love STEM is because I want to be an inventor when I grow up. STEM also contributed to the fact that I want to be an inventor. Please don't take STEM away! Exclamation point. Here are some of the reasons why I think you should keep STEM. Number 1, STEM is the only class that covers 4 subjects. They are science, technology, engineering, and math. Number 2, STEM is many students' favorite class, including me. Number 3, STEM has taught me about many things, including engineering, bridges, and robots. Number 4, STEM gave me the idea of being an inventor when I grow up. That is why I think you should not take away STEM. And in conclusion, I would just like to say thank you to all the teachers here in the room. You guys do the hardest and most important job I know. Thank you all for your time.
Thanks to everyone for coming today and giving your comments. We appreciate that. So we'll go on to the next speakers. If we could have Kara Boatman, Joe Loper, and Jane Learman come to the table. And as everyone's coming to the table, Mrs. Smodrowski, you had comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if you wanted to clarify anything at all about the STEM. I know we've been getting a lot of emails and stuff like that, so.
Sure, yes, happy to. I will provide a more comprehensive response to the board so that it's clear the STEM program is not ending at the school. In the past, we've had half-time, 0.5 special program teachers for many years. Schools use them differently. Piney Branch chose to use it, and wisely so, for the STEM program. But they will continue. Eric Wilson in my office has worked very closely with the principal to ensure that the program will remain. It may look different, but the STEM program will continue.
Thank you, Dr. Statham. So we'll begin with Ms. Boatman.
Okay. I would like to thank the members of the Board of Education for the brief opportunity to speak with you this evening. Oops. Is it on? There we go.
Now it is. Thank you.
Thanks. My name is Kara Boatman, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Arcola Elementary School. I'm here on behalf of the educators in the communities of Arcola and Roscoe Nix Elementary Schools. I'd like to start by quoting W.G. Sebald. Tiny details imperceptible to us decide everything. In less than 40 days, we will be beginning our 2019 to 2020 school year. While the opportunity to be a part of the innovative school calendar is exciting, there are many unresolved details that weigh heavily on the minds of the Arcola and Nix education staff. These details include, but are not limited to, the absence of plans for sub-coverage in the summer, the absence of plans to handle the influx of student enrollment in September, and the absence of plans in the event of no air conditioning, a frequent occurrence in the past, not to mention curriculum. Additionally, teachers will be working for the first 4 weeks under the financial pressure of no full paycheck. Teachers in this program will be working from July 8th to August 11th, but the only monies teachers will receive in the month of July will be a taxed $1,000 of the $2,000 stipend. As a new homeowner, I'd be lying if I said this doesn't keep me up some nights. Many teachers will not be able to personally provide the same amount of new resources they've provided to their students in previous years. Many of us are struggling with questions such as, will we be able to provide snacks for our kindergarten students who don't have lunch until 1 p.m.? How will the single parent staff member provide meals for their children in the absence of a paycheck for 4 weeks? As you can imagine, there is heightened anxiety around these important details and the implications for Arcola and Nix communities. One has to wonder if the mounting stress on teachers will affect the implementation of this program. So I pose the question, what can be done to provide this amazing opportunity for our students while keeping the mental health and well-being of those implementing it at the forefront? What details perhaps should be rethought? All of us in this room believe in and are active stakeholders in this program and want nothing more to see it succeed. We believe in our students, our school, the community, and see the potential benefit for all parties involved. With minor modifications and more attention to detail, MCPS will see a significant return on its investment. I know this board, in your role of stewardship, recognizes the importance of details, and I'm confident the staff at Arcola and Nix will do whatever it takes to provide the best possible learning experience for our students. But we must ask ourselves, what will the cost of this program be if it comes at the expense of the mental health of the teachers and the staff? Will the program be effective in the absence of steady compensation for staff? Is it worth the risk, considering what has already been invested? I'll end by quoting Charles R. Swindoll. The difference between something good and something great is attention to detail. As stakeholders in this program, we should revisit these details and see what can be done. Thank you.
You turn off your lights. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Good be
Hi,
good.
I'm here as a Montgomery County taxpayer and a parent of a rising first grader at Arcola. I'm concerned about the recent dispute between the teachers and MCPS about the relative increases in compensation for teachers and administrators participating in the extended school year experiment at Arcola and Roscoe Nix elementary schools. I am concerned about the ramifications of this dispute on teacher morale, especially given these arguments are occurring just a few weeks before the extended school year experiment begins. My concerns are heightened seeing that DC Public Schools just dropped its extended school program after 1 year, citing student and staff burnout and challenges for families with children in traditional and extended year schools. As a taxpayer, I understand that giving more money to teachers requires more tax revenue or that money has to be taken from other budget priorities. I have no desire to get in the middle of this negotiation and generally trust that the teachers union can carry the water for its members. But I also want the extended school year experiment to be successful. If we spend several $1 million to learn that the program is not beneficial, we learned something. If we spend several $1 million and decide to expand the program to other schools, even better. But I would hate to look back a year from now and wonder whether the experiment failed because of low teacher morale that could have been addressed through better communications with teachers or incremental increases in compensation or personal days. As a parent, I am urgently concerned that this dispute is distracting teachers, administrators, and MCPS from other nettlesome issues that, as best I can tell, have not yet been resolved. For example, how will county testing schedules align with an extended school year? How will transfers from other schools be absorbed without disrupting class learning? How will we ensure that kids sitting in classrooms all summer feel like their life is fulfilling and not just more of the same old, same old? I can speak for at least a few parents at Arcola who have not yet heard a coherent and inspiring curriculum vision for the extended school year. I recognize the extended school year could be a financial benefit for many low-income families since they will avoid 30 days of childcare cost. I can also see how nowadays many Arcola students could otherwise be sitting in front of screens all summer, but that is not the case for all our children. For some children, including mine, the choice is sitting in class versus jumping in a swimming pool or attending summer camps where they get to learn about things they will not learn about in school. We have been hoping that a more coherent and inspiring vision will evolve as we go forward. Our hope is seriously diminished when I see teachers and the board distracted by relative compensation between teachers and administrators. The success of the expanded school year experiment is dependent on enthusiastic and collegial engagement between the participants, including teachers, administrators, MCPS officials, and stakeholders. The board is elected to make hard choices, and frankly, MCPS should negotiate hard with respect to teacher salaries. But with less than 6 weeks until Arcola's new school year, the board and MCPS should be speaking directly to teachers' concerns about lower bonuses, acknowledge the important role of teachers, ensure that when they walk into the first day of class, they are genuinely excited to be there, and that they are not worried about paying the rent or daycare, and that they are able to communicate a clear vision of this new world.
Ms. Learman.
Good evening. My name is Jane Learman, and I'm the new cluster coordinator for Poolsville Cluster, and the first Poolsville Cluster coordinator to live outside of Poolsville. I want to speak tonight about two issues that are very important to me. Last month, I attended a substitute teacher training, I'm a sub, that included strategies to deal with an active shooter. The main training feature was a video presentation that was about 30 minutes long. Everyone that saw this video believed that it contained valuable information. I would like to see active shooter strategies included in the training modules that subs have to complete at the beginning of the school year. I mentioned this to Dr. Zuckerman, when I saw him at the MCC PTA last week, and I thank him for taking the suggestion into consideration. However, I want to take this opportunity to publicly present this idea to the board and other staff. I also want to talk about Poolesville High School. I understand that Dennis Cross and Debbie Spicer, I'm sorry, I didn't get her name right, visited the school last week to discuss improvements with our principal, Dina Levine, and her staff. We appreciate the ideas that were exchanged and the work that will be done this summer. I also want to thank President Evans and Dr. Daca for meeting with Poolesville Fair Access Committee, which includes a student representative. I have a brief outline of the discussion, but I need to know if any actionable items were agreed upon at the meeting. I want to make sure that the communication is consistent and positive. I'd appreciate it if you could fill in these information gaps for me. If appropriate, I'd like to send an email to you with queries about this issue. Finally, I reviewed the documents regarding goals for high school programming and noticed that agribusiness and green energy are listed as important jobs in the future. As you choose locations for these programs, you must consider Poolesville High School. The local community already has the infrastructure to support these programs, including a solar array, lots of land, and a great organization called Poolesville Green. Poolesville Green is a nonprofit that promotes the appreciation, conservation, and sustainable use of natural resources, including energy and water. This concept can be incorporated into amazing programming that will give students marketable skills while preserving and protecting the planet. Poolesville High School would be the perfect place for this CIT program, and we would welcome any conversations that would make this reality. Now I'm going off script again a little bit. There is way too much testing in K and 1. I'm a sub, and I know so many teachers that are so frustrated because they simply don't have the time to teach. Approximately 8 hours ago, I was in a classroom in a middle school, and a teacher told me verbatim that kids don't come when it rains, and kids don't come when it's cold. And the reason why is because their school has a lot of walkers. And it's not like written data, but she said, please bring this up to somebody because when it rains, they don't come, and when it's cold, they don't come. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ms. Lerman. I just want to thank everybody for coming out today to give public comments, and we appreciate all of our teachers that are here. We know you've had a long day, so we do appreciate you all coming out and giving your comments. And at this time, we will move forward, and I will begin board comments with Mrs. Mondrosky.
So I have quite a few things. At the end of the school year, everybody knows this is a very busy time, a lot of celebrations and award ceremonies. I want to say congratulations to all of our seniors who are graduating with diplomas or certificates, our folks who have completed career and technology certifications and dual language, among all of the other things that our students have been able to be successful in completing. A couple things that I wanted to highlight. One, as I mentioned earlier, some of us attended the truancy prevention program graduation. It was quite good. And listening to the students talk about their experiences was very moving. And again, it's engagement. I want to thank John McCarthy for his partnership, and thank the 19 schools who participated, the 19 middle schools who participated, and all of the volunteers that make that program possible. This afternoon, so I'm having a theme of partnerships today. So today, Congressman Trone and I toured the Judy Center over, at in Gaithersburg. Summit Hall, thank you. I kept wanting to say Sligo quick, but at Summit Hall, and looking at what they're doing in partnership with our community and our parents and our early learners, something that is really important, and I hope that we can see more of. I went to Mill Creek Town and toured their school. They had one of the new centers for enriched learning, and it was very, very impressive. I was really pleased to see what the kids were working on, and I have to say, some of those kids that were writing and critiquing poems, far above I'll just say my own kids in some areas about punctuation and things like that. I was very impressed. So I attended the JCA Interages Annual Volunteer Celebration. One of the things that I love about that, and I know all of us board members, are very supportive of that program. It's such a neat bonding between multi-generations. And as far as, we frequently talk about our return on our investment, and I just feel like that is one of those things that we really get a great bang for our buck. So, again, very supportive of that program. The Greenwood Apartments Housing Partnership, several of us went and toured, and hope to be able to do more with that. The Kappa Youth Community Foundation Scholarships Award, again, another really significant partnership organization that supports our students and gives them opportunities for higher education. And then finally, I attended, and I want to see if Miss Ari Brooks is here. I don't know if she's the executive director from the Friends of the Library of Montgomery County Libraries. No? Well, she was going to come, and but they did the Mosaic Award, Literacy Awards, and I went to that celebration, and again, it was just really incredible seeing what our students are capable of. And I had brought a poem, but I can't find it. So, but we received a book that had all of the winners and honorable mentions in it for the program, and I had asked that all of you get a copy, so that should be here by the end of the day today. So that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bondrowski. Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes, well, this is obviously graduation season and celebration of various scholarship winners. Ms. Wolf and I attended the NAACP Freedom Fund dinner, and a large number of MCPS students received scholarships at the banquet. Tuesday, I officiated at the RICA graduation, and I just want to commend the Bethesda Kiwanis Club. Every student in the class received a scholarship, as did some previous graduates. They continue those scholarships on, whether it's for vocational school or college, for a couple of years after graduation. And I just want to say today was BCC's graduation. I was at Stephen Knowles, and it's just so heartwarming to see our staff members celebrating the accomplishments of their students, and it's particularly heartwarming at the high schools when students hug the assistant principals because there's a backstory. But for many students, it's just a blip on the radar screen, progressing through graduation. But for some of our students, particularly the students at RICA, and other students throughout the district, it takes a lot of teamwork on behalf of the staff, the student, the parents, to make that day happen. And it's, as a board member, it's the best part of my job.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Neill. Dr. Daca.
Yes, thank you. I want to talk about the Chinese Exclusion Act, which on the 21st of May, I attended the viewing of a new videotape on the Chinese Exclusion Act, which most of you probably know about. But it was very interesting to see the kinds of trials that Chinese persons went through in the 1800s. I think in like 1882 was when the Exclusion Act was placed there. They could not bring their families here. They had to work on the railroad in very dangerous positions, blasting out the sides of mountains and working in the cold. So this was part of Asian Pacific American Heritage celebration, or commemoration, really. And I want to thank Ms. Julie Yang, who is a president of the Organization for Adult Parents, and Dr. Navarro, who helped them put the program together. Phoenix Rising met on 5/22, and I brought that up because that's the recovery program that has just begun here. We had one a long time ago, but now we have one again. And the opioid crisis is something that everybody is talking about, and we know that there are many students that are involved in it. With the recovery program we just started last April, they now have 18 students there, which is not a huge number, but it's growing all the time. And the students attend classes. This is the academic part that they get. And the important thing about the recovery school is that they are not mixed in with other students who might try to get them back down the path of alcohol abuse or drug abuse. And we have one student graduating from that program this year who is going to graduate with Watkins Mill. And I'll be there. And on the 26th, I went to Bila for Life, the Black Tie Gala for afternoon dance program. This is the one that has Latino students, or Latino dances anyway. They have all kinds of students that are involved in it, who do a competition the Monday before Thanksgiving at Strathmore. It's very impressive. We have hundreds of people coming out. The parents are there to support. The community supports it. But this Black Tie Gala was one of the fundraisers that they had to support this organization. And I have to say that Montgomery County Public Schools is also lending support to this program because, as the director says of this, that and I agree with him, that this is about culture. They learn about the cultures from their countries. They share it with others. They learn about cooperation and being reliable and working as a team. So it's more than just dancing. It is working together and learning about the history and the culture of different countries. At that gala also, Mr. Leggett and Mrs. Leggett received awards for their support. And the person that they work with at Strathmore, whose name I didn't bring with me, also received an award because they've worked a long time with that person. It's a woman there who has been very supportive of the program because it's very expensive to go to Strathmore. And remember, Monday before Thanksgiving, that's going to happen, and everybody's invited for, I think, $10 or something like that to support the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Silvestri.
Just wanted to highlight the truancy prevention program that we attended the graduation for, and it just really got my mind thinking about our truancy prevention efforts school system-wide. I had the honor of running a alternative education school in Philadelphia, which was mostly truant boys, and so kind of it's a population that's near and dear to my heart. And so I would like some more information in terms of the different efforts that the school system is engaging in to address our truant students. I know this is it's a big issue. We hear it from our teachers. We hear it from community organizations that work with our school system in trying to address it. But I just wanted to have kind of a comprehensive view of all the things that we're doing to try to engage our students so that they can be present in our schools. I also, I'm looking forward to giving remarks at the Linkages to Learning graduation, if you call it that, or end of year celebration run by Every Mind. And I want to commend them because they're having me deliver the remarks in Spanish. And then folks that don't speak Spanish will have the simultaneous interpretation, and everyone will have a copy of the speech in English as well to follow along. So again, just kudos to them for trying to do things differently to meet the needs of the parent population so that they can truly understand the message that's being delivered and work in partnership with our schools. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Mrs. Wolf.
Like my colleagues, I want to congratulate everybody in the class of 2019. I had the opportunity to represent the board at Paint Branch and at Sherwood's graduation. And what's so special about it is I had gone and talked to the senior class leadership before I decided on my remarks, And universally, they're talking about unity, diversity, and inclusiveness in their buildings. And that was very refreshing because it's so opposite of what we read in the paper, and it's so opposite of the discourse in this country at this time. I also attended the other night a presentation by the Restorative Justice Unit called Circles. Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. I started to wear my Restorative Justice t-shirt, but I thought it might be a bit much today, but it was fabulous. It was about, it was a documentary, and it followed the life of Eric Butler, who was a pioneer in the restorative justice movement. But what it taught me is I always thought restorative justice was about discipline, and it's about relationships. And that was a significant message and a significant redirection from my way of thinking. I also attended an iftar at the Muslim Community Center, and what was special about this is it was for teachers. And so teachers were well represented. They could have been better represented, but I don't know how they got the message out. But it was an excellent event, a very unifying event for the community. And I had the opportunity, and I don't recall hearing anyone mention this, to attend the MCC PTA Celebration of Excellence. And I would like to commend our own former board member, Jill Ortman-Faust, who got an award there for, I believe it was the National PTA Award. So congratulations, Jill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wolf. Ms. Tadakonda.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. I only have a few comments, but I wanted to just mention that we had our final meetings for the 2018-2019 school year of the SMOB Advisory Council. We had a lot of time to reflect on the past year, talk about some of the things we did well and how we could do better. And my successor, Mr. Tinbite, had some representatives there also recording feedback to talk about how the SMOB Advisory Council and efforts on behalf of the student board member to reach out to students can be improved in the upcoming school year, and what kinds of practices that they want to continue in his term. So that was a really great meeting, good turnout, and a really reflective time, and I really can't believe it was the last meeting, but it was. Also the last meeting of both the Montgomery County Regional Student Government Association and Montgomery County Junior Council. The Montgomery County Regional Student Government Association, which is the high school portion, was incredibly touching because everyone's kind of moving on and have had long journeys in MCPS, and we kind of also reflected on that and talked about that. So that was really great. Also had the opportunity to meet with Congressman David Trone today. We talked about a wide range of issues related to education, but specifically looking at how diversity is our biggest strength and how diversity in every school is very, very important, and how Montgomery County really should be setting an example for the rest of the country, as we already are in many ways, but how we could do better because there are a lot of districts looking to us. So we talked a lot about that and kind of the national landscape around this issue. And why it's important to all students. And then finally, had the opportunity to attend a couple of graduations, and that was Wooten High School and Poolsville High School. So congratulations to all graduates, and I really enjoyed the ceremony. And so that was pretty much the past few weeks for me, and it's my second to last board meeting, so.
Thank you, Ms. Tadakonda. Ms. Dixon.
So thank you, Madam President. First, I want to just acknowledge all of our teachers who are here this evening and just say thank you for coming out. We appreciate hearing from you, and we appreciate, actually, your presence here this evening. I did have the chance to visit, three of our schools, Fairland, Stephen Knowles, and Jody Lelick elementary schools. And I wanted to just ask, one thing that came up specifically at Lelick was the amount of time that staff and the school special ed staff have to spend doing assessments for, students who don't go to Montgomery County schools, but go to private schools. So just was wondering if we could follow up just to see what that is for every school in the county, how many of those assessments we do, and whether or not, it might be helpful to have someone do those centrally, that, for these private schools, that they might come, just to see what the numbers are with that.
We'll
Okay.
comply.
Yeah. I also wanted to just say a special thanks to Pete Chevanini. I always get your name wrong, the last name, but Pete and Chuck McGee and my colleagues, Carla Silvestri, Rebecca Smondrowski, and also Nikki Hazel and I did a visit to the Greenwood apartments over in Piney Branch. And the way we got hooked up with that was through the Montgomery Housing Partnership. Selema Stewart has, and this is really her vision, to have an after-school program for students who go to our schools. And one of their needs are to have computers and and some printers as well. And so we took a tour of those after-school facilities at those apartment houses. And Pete, I just want you to know that I really appreciate your following up with that and, willingness to help meet the needs of, our students there. I also wanted to just say that I'm looking forward to being the board official at the graduations for Montgomery Blair High School and on June 7th. And also, it will be a great honor to be at the graduation of our SMOB, Ananya Tatakonda, from Richard Montgomery High School, and on June 11th at Northwood High School. And I'm really looking forward, now that Mike Durso is gone, to be able to be the board official at the Springbrook graduation, where I used to teach. And so it'll be nice to go back to the brook. And if I could just take a moment of personal privilege, I'd like to, on behalf of my dog, Georgie, and I, wish a happy birthday to the most important person in our lives, and that is my daughter, Carolyn, who was born on this day.
Very good. So Dr. Zuckerman, comments?
Thank you. I also want to echo thanks and appreciation for everyone who came tonight and testified. Very much appreciate hearing from you. On Thursday, May 23rd, 2019, the County Council approved a $2.68 billion $2 billion FY20 operating budget for MCPS. And this amount fully funds the board's request, and it represents a 3.2% increase for next year. On behalf of Dr. Smith, I want to thank the county executive and the council for all of their commitment to our students. These funds will ensure that we can provide all students with access and opportunity. Congratulations are in order to the staff and students and families of Captain James E. Daly Elementary School for selection as a U.S. Green Ribbon School. Daly was among 35 schools from across the entire nation selected as a 2019 U.S. Green Ribbon School, and it's really a testament to the innovative efforts at the schoolhouse. There's a very active CERT team, a school energy recycling team, and with over 40 student members in the 4th grade. It's really a student and teacher-driven effort that results in being named a U.S. Green Ribbon School. So congratulations to Daly. MCPS last week, in collaboration with the Montgomery County Council of PTAs, hosted an LGBTQIA forum on Saturday, May 18th at Wooten High School. And the event brought together over 200 parents and guardians, students, staff, and members of the community to work to build support and advocate for a stronger and more diverse LGBTQIA school community. These community forums, as everyone knows, are absolutely critical to ensure that all students, regardless of race, gender, sexual orientation, religion, feel safe and welcoming in our schools, and I want to commend the board members for your continued advocacy and support of all of these critical forums. It's academic. Congratulations to Blair High School, its academic team, for winning the Washington Regional Championship and Intercity Championship for the 3rd year in a row. Our students work incredibly hard, and our teachers work incredibly hard to prepare for this competition. We're very proud of them. Congratulations to Principal Renee Johnson, all the staff at Blair High School who go well above and beyond to coach and support our students. Lastly, I just want to make a plug for our Drive for Supplies. As the end of the school year quickly approaches, we want to issue a challenge to everyone in MCPS, particularly in all of our schools and our offices. We're kicking off the 2019 Drive for Supplies campaign, and we're going to need all students and all staff to help join in this effort to gather as many school supplies as possible to support families in need. Now's the time to start cleaning out our lockers, backpacks, desks, closets, and we can donate those usable supplies to Drive for Supplies. Last year we collected thousands of pounds of school supplies, and we are confident that we can exceed that this year. So please join us in supporting this important campaign. There's more information available on our website. So again, I want to say thank you to everyone for coming today, and back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, I'm
Sure,
sorry
Dr. Seda.
to interrupt.
Absolutely, don't be sorry.
I felt the need to say congratulations. This is bittersweet for many of us, but the fact that Dr. Darrell Williams has been selected to be the superintendent of Baltimore County Public Schools, and he's been with us for 25 years, I believe, and he will be missed, but we're very proud of him.
Absolutely. No, that was a good interruption. So thank you. Yes. I'll be brief, but I wanted to kind of piggyback off of Mrs. Wolf and thinking about graduation season being upon us. In addition to going to the schools, one of my favorite things is, the graduations, being able to see the students walk across the stage. And so tomorrow I will be officiating my first graduation at Magruder. And like Ms. Wolf, I think it's really important to connect with senior officers. You're standing before a crowd of students that you don't know, and so the senior officers give you a connection. And just like she heard about diversity, the students at Magruder said about they value diversity and the unity and the teachers and staff at their schools. They actually gave me so many different themes that was a good bit of information to choose from, but always happy to hear from them. But I just wanted to mention the event that I attended on May 15th. Thomas Edison held their very first student signing ceremony. They modeled it after the student athlete signing ceremony. And so that just was a really great event. We were able to recognize their success in receiving diplomas, certifications, job and college admissions, and it was something very new to them. But you can see that they were very proud to be recognized. So they were able to sign their names on a banner, and then it was uplifted for everyone to see. So they held two signing ceremonies, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. So I did the morning ceremony, and Dr. Smith did the one in the afternoon. But just wanted to say thank you to Principal Crassa and the staff at the school for just engaging our students in a different way, to give them that additional learning where they're actually applying the knowledge that they're going to use beyond high school. So it was a really great event, and I just wanted to highlight that, and it will be one that we will do for many years to come. So just wanted to acknowledge that. And with that, wanted to, Mrs. Smardowski, you have additional comments?
I do. Well,
Okay.
actually, I was told that Mrs. Ari Brooks from the Friends of Montgomery County Library was here, that with this amazing crowd, which, by the way, I did want to take a second to also thank for coming out. We do really appreciate hearing from you all. But that she may have not been able to be seen. But so I just wanted to double check and see if she stuck around because, again, our partnerships are really important to us. So if she's still here, okay, I was gonna say, I heard she was here, but maybe she's not. So
we'll make sure we can notice. You recognized her a couple of times, which is really great. At this time, we'll go around to our committee chairs to see if you have any updates that you would like to share. We'll start off with Dr. Daka, policy.
Okay, the Policy Management Committee met on May 7th And we reviewed the content of the meeting, of our last board meeting, and the next committee meeting is June 12th at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tetakonda, you shared information, and, yeah, this is the last one, we had our last one. Ms. Dixon?
Same.
Okay,
I shared it the last one.
okay. And Mrs. Mondowski? Okay. So at this time, we will move on to the next section of our agenda, which is consent items. I'm going to ask board members, are there any items that they want to pull? If not, we can move in block, the whole entire thing in block.
I just had one quick question under the procurement contracts about the bell, and it wasn't really I was just wondering if someone could just talk a tiny bit about that, how that works and, all that kind of stuff. I mean, we've talked about it before, but with new board members and people. Unless it's not a good time and you want to.
I'm happy to wait if you wanted to.
Sure. Dr. Navarro?
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So Ms. Mondrowski, and I'll speak a little loud because I know we have some transition noise. So the Bell program, this is the contract through the Title I dollars that augmented, last year we augmented the number of participants to 2,050. We brought it back from 1,500, and that additional dollars is, the contract is coming again because our goal is to have the same number of participating students taking place this summer. So that is the contract that's coming before you for this summer's Bell program.
Okay, and it's for the expanded enrollment.
Yes, it's for the expanded enrollment, and it is part of our Title I funding that is supporting that.
Great.
Okay.
Then if,
So can I get a motion?
yeah, I was gonna say, then
to
I'll move
all?
all in block, yes.
Second?
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded, all in favor of moving everything in block? And that is unanimous. All right. So now we'll go to our next item on the agenda, discussion of the choice update. Dr. Zuckerman?
Thank you, Ms. Evans. So we have people still coming into the room. But I don't have anything to stall with, Dr. Navarro. So what I'm going to do is turn it
Everybody's
over.
here, Dr. Zuckerman. My apologies. We just had to do some transition of
I am going
people
to turn it over
trafficking.
to Dr. Navarro and her team to give us our presentation on high school choice programs.
No, I was just going to say, you could mention the Yankees are in first place.
So with that introduction, good evening, Dr. Zuckerman, Ms. Evans, and board members. We are happy to come to the board table to discuss our choice update, specifically regarding expanding the expansion and the vision for high school programming options. I do want to mention, and somebody did that. Okay, nope, that's fine. I do want to mention that this is our 8th time at the table. Part of our commitment to you, to the board, was to come and update on multiple areas of what we called the choice study, because it really does compromise, it does take part of multiple bodies of work in the school district. Like we mentioned before, this evening we'll be talking about high school programs, but frankly, we are coming to you regularly at the table talking about our systems for monitoring and supporting students, as well as our world language expansion programs. And we plan to come to you in next year as well to provide updates on the progress on elementary and middle school programs. That is a continuing body of work, and we have learned quite a bit from the work that we have done in our schools around how to improve our practices and provide more options and stronger options for our students. So today I am joined by a team that will introduce themselves in one moment, and this team is going to go through a series of presentations. We will take a small pause because we cover a lot of different topics, and we just want to be able to do an opportunity for you to ask specific questions for the first part of our presentation, and then for the latter part of the presentation. We have a lot of, I know we have a lot of people actually watching this presentation in the comfort of their homes, and we also have lots of members that are present. And I want to thank the staff that is here that has been working on this. If central office and school staff that has been part of this work, if they could just raise their hands and wave. I see some of you guys back there. Please raise your hands and wave. Thank you. There's just a lot of minds that help us come together and think about the work that's happening. There's a lot of school level folks who help us figure out how to operationalize and think about these programs, and this is an evolving body of work. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Nikki Hazel, who will introduce her team and give you an overview of where we are today. And our request also to come to you early in the fall to give you yet another update, because we plan to do continued engagement through the summer to just keep you updated on this progress.
All right, good evening. I, first of all, want to start by introducing folks at the table and acknowledging some in the audience. I'm Nikki Hazel, Associate Superintendent, Office of Curriculum, Instructional Programs. And we have with us Diane Morris, Associate Superintendent, Office of School Support and Improvement. Mr. Murphy, Director of the Department of Secondary Curriculum and District-Wide Programs, and Mrs. Jeannie Franklin, Director of the Division of Consortia Choice and Application Programs and Services. And I also want to acknowledge, in addition to our central office folks that are part of our team, we have several high school principals in the audience. If you can just raise your hand as well. And other school-based administrators from high schools, if you can raise your hand. We thank you for being here, and Mr. Murphy will acknowledge them a little bit later in the program. But we are here tonight to talk about high school. And as Dr. Navarro mentioned, we have come to the table 8 times to talk about choice and the METIS report. Starting a few years ago with our earliest learners, as we looked at early child development, early talent development, excuse me. We really expanded our programming. We offered universal screening for our students. We expanded our local and regional programs and offered different courses at the elementary levels, at the upper levels, and also in middle school this year. And so now we are working on our high school programs, and our plan for high school is to continue the reform efforts that we've been doing over the past 3 years, making sure that we are expanding our options for local schools and our regional schools, reviewing information about all of our students to make sure we're not leaving any of our students behind, and offering programs and services that meet the needs of our students for enrichment, acceleration, making sure they have relevant experiences and the support they need. So if you look at this graphic, it has a lot on there, but I think it really sums up a lot of the factors that have influenced our efforts as we have listened to stakeholders over the past several years. Again, that METIS study on our choice programs offered us a lot of really critical information about our path forward. The Education Services Group, or ESG, review also provided information about quality career programs. And then most recently, the Kirwan Commission, really focusing on the area of college and career readiness. And so when we take a look at all 4 of those areas, there really were some common interests that you see in the center of that Venn diagram around equitable programs and processes. We want to value our diversity, make sure that we have options for all of our students, wide access to programs around the county, and clear and consistent communication. We have engaged with over 600 stakeholders at 34 different venues, as we've talked with parents, community members. We've talked with our school administrators, business partners, and even our higher ed colleagues. And so it's been really critical to receive their feedback. We want to stress our commitment as we engage in our choice work around providing all students particularly students impacted by poverty, with learning opportunities that enrich, accelerate, and expand their educational experience. And we want to ensure we're doing this by building on and expanding our reform efforts, K-12, addressing the common interests that we have in MCPS in the greater community, and reflecting our district priorities and core beliefs. Again, I think we've shared these guiding principles, but just again to reiterate that our work is grounded in these guided principles that include offering relevant programs, building our students' capacity, mitigating socioeconomic isolation, ensuring that we have clear communication to our community members, that we want to make our decision-making transparent, and that we are using our resources wisely. We've shared this visual also several times, but again, the reminder that we want to make the paradigm shift as we work through the choice that we want to move from scarcity to abundance and make sure that we are offering a variety of programs and services to a variety of students throughout the school district. And we want to make sure as we're doing that, that we're striking the balance and prioritizing that we have strong local schools, and we also offer unique programs and services as well that are regionally available to our students. We were going to have a guest presenter with us today, Dr. Jonathan Plucker, who is the president-elect of the National Association of Gifted Children, but he had an emergency this evening, and he was not able to come, but he did send some information to you, and I believe you may have it. But I do want to just highlight a few issues that he was going to raise this evening in his remarks, and so you can take a look at him while I talk about what he has to say. That's Dr. Plucker. He says in his remarks that excellent gaps are a national, state, and local problem, and one of the most damaging in education and society. He defines excellence gaps as differences at advanced levels of student achievement, stating that far fewer low-income students perform at advanced levels than their upper-income peers. Dr. Plucker says they are solvable and require all leaders in education to face the political issues. He commends Montgomery County and says that we have become an exemplar of a district making the necessary and difficult steps to address these issues. He has reviewed the high school plan that we're going to share tonight, and he says that the work is consistent with our earlier work in elementary and middle schools. Dr. Plucker says he likes many of the features in the MCPS approach, and he wanted to highlight a couple of them this evening. Expanding the pie, he says more students than we expected benefit from a rigorous advanced education. And if we don't expand the pie, we create winners and losers. Involving a diverse team of talent in the work. Title I, our colleagues with our gifted education, OSA with our research, says it's a large-scale project that requires a large team effort. He also mentions to the team that the team speaks frankly about how they have learned from the implementation of earlier changes, and he says he would love for other large districts to exhibit the same awareness and self-reflection. Dr. Plucker leaves us with two cautions. First, moving to address equity by eliminating advanced programs leads to equal lack of challenging education, which he says seems odd and is only a feel-good strategy. Secondly, Dr. Plucker advises us that these changes take time to work. Inequity didn't happen overnight, and we must remain vigilant and committed to attacking excellence gaps over the long haul. Dr. Plucker ends his remarks by saying, and I quote, "Fortunately, the students and taxpayers of Montgomery County have the leadership in place to make these changes happen. Your commitment is laudable, and I encourage you to continue your nation-leading reforms to advance education with the goal of greater equity." And so those are the words of Dr. Plucker. I'm sure he could have said them more eloquently, but this just kind of summarizes what he had to say. And I believe that these comments are also posted on board docs. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Diane Morris to talk about our local programs.
Good evening. So this evening, I'm going to just briefly speak about how OSIP and OSSI have collaborated, and additionally to highlight what's happening at our local schools. So OSSI is partnering with OSIP to ensure the success of the plan. The majority of our work is focused on assisting principals, working with communities, and collaborating as we make decisions within each phase. What we agree on is that the local school is the foundation and that it's really important that we build up those local schools. We've prepared a video for you this evening of a parent of 3 MCPS students who describes the importance of a strong, comprehensive program coupled with meaningful instruction, challenge, and support.
Administration staff, everybody's always open doors and willing to help, stay after, have lunch hours for them. The way they have to interact with the teachers, you know, they a lot of times you are given research, but the teachers are forcing you to think outside the box, and they're forcing you to, okay, so you have this issue, what's the solution? And it definitely, that's stuff that you have to deal with in the real world. So it's not like, oh no, what do I do next? It's kind of like, okay, let me use all of my resources to figure out how I'm going to solve this problem or use it in the workforce or use it for school, you know, to use it to be a great teammate. So it's just that they have the whole range of everything they've done here at CUA has made them very well-rounded people, well-rounded women, young ladies. As a parent, your question will always be, will my child be okay? Will they be successful? Will they find their path and make their way? And the comprehensive curriculum here at CUA has definitely answered that question with a yes. I have seen it, and I see the path that 2 are current on and the one who's out in the world now, and they are absolutely going to be okay and be successful and use all the tools that they have and all the resources. And as a parent, it doesn't get any better than that.
So an important statistic or number for us to keep in mind is that approximately 80% of our high school students select to stay in their home school. So this again makes it really important for us to build up those local schools as well as providing access to regional programs. So the next few slides are just illustrating what we currently have in all of our schools. So this slide shows all the AP courses that are offered at our schools, IB programs, advanced STEM, and higher level mathematics. Then we have this map, which shows the high school offerings, high demand career programs, AP, IB level language courses, signature programs, and academy programs throughout the county. And finally, this map shows the offerings for Project Lead the Way, JROTC, dual credit options, and code.org. So you can see that we do offer a variety of programs in our local schools currently. So now I'm going to turn it over to Scott, who will give you a little more background and details about the first phase.
Yeah, can I just interject and ask if we could, I love these maps, if we could get, you know, larger copies for, I mean, you know, not now, but, you know, later for ourselves. Just, it really is a great idea to show where all of these programs are at each of the high schools. Sure. It's great. Thank you.
Yep, will do. Thank you. Good evening. So as we begin developing a long-term strategic plan for high school programs, one significant reality in our district is growing enrollment at the high school level. For example, as you know, the new building at Seneca Valley will open in the fall of 2020, growing from approximately 1,200 students to over 2,500 students on what will be the largest high school campus by square footage in the state of Maryland. This not only alleviates overutilization in other high schools, but it creates a tremendous opportunity for us to offer the highest quality, highest demand college and career programs in a new state-of-the-art facility. In the Down County Consortium, there's also an addition in the works for Kennedy, as well as a new expanded Northwood High School in the planning process for 2025. Also in 2025, we've begun planning for the new Woodward High School with a programmatic focus on the fine arts. These new expanded facilities create tremendous opportunity to reimagine the high school experience. Since this is a long-term roadmap to 2025 and beyond, the high school plan will be implemented in phases over up to 6 years. As it is phased in, the plan will establish central management of all county-wide and regional programs, which includes marketing, applications, admissions, and other processes. The goal of this long-term plan is to create an intentional network of strong college and career readiness options in every high school, while also offering regional access to high-demand programs that are not able to be offered in every school. The centrally managed special programs include criteria-based programs, also referred to as magnets, and also the high-demand career pathways that are not able to be offered everywhere. This coordinated network also emphasizes dual enrollment options like the early and middle college models, which students are able to earn many college credits or even an associate's degree while in high school. In later phases of this plan, there's also planning underway to create more options in the arts, languages, other high-demand industry sectors that are strategically distributed across the district, but also nimble enough to respond to changing demands in the economy. In addition, this plan will establish a universal review of all students before entering high school and new streamlined processes that are easier for students and families to navigate. So while we are looking ahead to 2025 and beyond, we're starting with what we are calling phase 1 in the 2020-2021 school year. Phase 1 will include 5 major focus areas. The first will be a process of universal review of all grade 8 students to build off work that has begun at the elementary level. Just like we've done in grade 3 and grade 5 before the transition to middle school, we will begin a process of universal review for all grade 8 students before the transition to high school. This will help identify the highly capable learners in every school, tap into student interest, and predict student success in higher level courses. This universal review will not be about identifying students for special programs, but rather make a match between a student's academic profile, their interests, their mindsets, with the programs available in their local school or in a region where they live. It's really important to note that for high school students, interest and relevance matter. Universal review will also provide students and families with valuable information to assist them in making decisions about high school courses that are available in their local school. For every high school, it will help to strengthen local articulation practices, course offerings, grouping strategies, and programs. Again, as has been talked about already, this plan is built upon ensuring that robust options are available in every school. There will also be streamlined processes, which you'll hear more about at the end of this presentation as we focus on the communication plan. The other significant aspects of Phase 1 focus on expanding access to high-demand programs in specific schools and reinforce that paradigm shift of moving from scarcity to abundance. First, the plan will establish new models of regional college and career high schools, Up County at the new Seneca Valley High School, and also at Thomas Edison High School of Technology in a new partnership with Wheaton. Second, we will expand access to the International Baccalaureate, or IB, diploma program by adding three regional application-based programs at existing IB schools in MCPS. First, I'll begin with our vision for career readiness, Phase 1 for Seneca Valley, Wheaton, and Edison High School. As you know, in 2017, we commissioned an external review of our career and technology education programs, also known as the ESG report that Mrs. Hazel referred to earlier, to ensure that we were responding to the changing economy and preparing students for economic and career success. If you think about this current graduating class of 2019, some of you probably attended graduations today, who they began their journey through school 12 years ago, in 2007. What also happened in 2007 was when the first iPhone was released. So to say that the world has changed or the economy has changed as this group of students came through school is an understatement. In 2019, it's a different world, and we are compelled to change the way we think about high school programs. One of the things we know about the changing economy is that the path to success is no longer two separate paths. It's no longer an either-or, either a path to college or a vocational track. In today's world, it is yes, and it's both. Students need the academic knowledge to be prepared for college, but also have the technical, professional skills to achieve success in the workforce. Employers don't just want academics and degrees, they want the complete package. Over the past 2 years, we've been developing a new vision for career readiness to ensure that educators, students, families understand the importance of career pathway programs to give students an early edge on their futures. Gaining an early edge is not just preparing for a 4-year degree, but also earning industry certifications, college credit in high school, and real-world experiences like internships and apprenticeships. We hear from students all the time that experiences like internships are the experiences that students crave. This notion of getting an early edge has also been part of our efforts to rebrand career and technology education in general and our outreach to increase stakeholder understanding. Some examples of these high-demand programs include the health professions, biomedical sciences, information technology, engineering, construction and transportation technologies, hospitality, and more. So again, just a really quick video to hear from a student who is currently in one of these programs, the Academy of Health Professions.
So if you are interested in working in the medical field in the future, this is a really good stepping stone for that, and you should come with very high expectations. So we're in the process of making many videos like that that will help be part of the marketing and branding, which you hear about later. Knowing that high-demand programs like these help provide students with the competitive edge, college and career readiness high schools are a centerpiece of the high school strategic plan. While high-demand programs are offered in every school, some are not able to be offered in every school because of specialized facilities, space constraints, student demand, or other factors. As a result, we will expand access through regional high schools so that students can attend programs that are not offered in their home school in a region close to where they live. And we have strong models to build from right here in MCPS. For example, Wheaton High School, winning national awards for their success in combining advanced placement and career pathways. Thomas Edison High School with a new state-of-the-art facility and high-tech programs like the ones we've already talked about. Seneca Valley High School, strong programs already in place and new high-demand programs planned for the new building that will mirror most of what is available at Edison. I would like to thank the principals of these schools who are here tonight, Dr. Mark Cohen at Seneca Valley, Dr. Deb Muggy, principal at Wheaton, Mr. Sean Kraza, principal at Edison, again for your presence tonight and also for your work in leading your communities towards this vision. We are very excited about the new building at Seneca Valley and the opportunity it will create for students in a comprehensive 4-year high school experience that combines strong academics and career readiness programs, giving students that early edge. Having a comprehensive 4-year program at Seneca Valley will not have one of the barriers that has been associated with the Edison model, which has been a part-time program which students travel from their home school, often a great distance, and losing valuable instructional time during the day. So this is also an opportunity to rethink the part-time model at Edison. Going back to the ESG report, their recommendations to us were very clear: to rethink Edison as a comprehensive 4-year program as opposed to only the part-time model that is in existence now. The report urged us to situate the new Edison as an integral piece of our career readiness vision by offering a full-time comprehensive student experience. Benchmarking from national models and research, options they recommended including redesigning Edison as an early college high school, a wall-to-wall career academy, a partnership with Wheaton, or a full-time technology high school. Because the facility at Edison was not built as a comprehensive high school, for example, it does not have a cafeteria, a gym, an auditorium, the only way we can realistically offer a comprehensive opportunity is in a new partnership with Wheaton High School. Offering students rigorous academics, cutting-edge career readiness programs, work-based experiences in a 4-year model on one campus. This partnership will allow students to select a program at Edison, but do so in a comprehensive 4-year program starting in 9th grade. I'd like to again thank Dr. Muggy and Mr. Kraza and their leadership teams for their recent work in helping to co-construct this new partnership.
Mr. Murphy, in addition to those principals, I see some other principals like Mr. Rubens and Mr. Williams.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Because we're all buzzing over here.
I just wanted to acknowledge we have a number of principals here tonight,
We do.
as well as teachers and other staff members here. And
So I
just wanted to
apologize. We are going to
acknowledge
be talking about their schools by name later in the presentation. And so Dr. Rubens, Dr. Williams, other leaders, administrators, staff from those schools, I apologize for not introducing you at the beginning, but we will be talking about your schools in a few minutes. Back to Wheaton and Edison, I just wanted to mention that there are design teams that have been formed with leaders from each of the schools who are working collaboratively on a new model and planning for implementation in 2020-21. A little bit more specific about the design of this new model. These are the college and career high schools of the future, offering students a comprehensive 4-year program of study in areas of highest demand in the workforce. This plan will establish 2 regional models that generally mirror each other at the new Seneca Valley High School and the new Wheaton-Edison partnership, beginning with 9th grade students in 2020-21. The design of this new regional model will be a combination of local students assigned to each school, plus additional students who are able to apply from a defined geographic region. For example, at Seneca Valley, in addition to the students who will attend based on local boundaries, there will be additional seats available for students in the wider up-county area through an application. That is estimated at about 125 seats a year, roughly, growing to about 500 students over 4 years. There will be a similar design at Edison. 8th grade students in the region will be able to apply and select a program at Edison for up to 125 seats each year. In this new model, students will begin in 9th grade in a comprehensive experience with a full array of academic and elective courses available in the new partnership with Wheaton. Transportation will be provided within catchment areas to these schools and also remain available for part-time access for students finishing programs. So thinking just on that note, while a new application process will be in place for 8th grade students, there will still need to be on-ramps for students who make those decisions later in high school. That is one of our guiding principles in this work, that some students will be certain of their interest in 8th grade and apply, creating that opportunity for the 4-year program. However, we know that other students discover that interest later. As long as there's space in the program in the upper grades, students will still be able to enter a program later in high school, starting a program in 10th or 11th grade, similar to our current model. Work is underway with those design teams to ensure the continuation of on-ramps and off-ramps throughout the high school journey. So yes, this is a lot of information, and so the next part of our plan does involve expanding access to the International Baccalaureate programs, but we're actually going to just take a pause, as Dr. Navarro mentioned, to see if there's any discussion about Seneca Valley, the new Edison-Wheaton partnership, or anything you've heard thus far. And again, just keep in mind that we have another part of the presentation.
Sure. So we'll hear from Mrs. Mondrowski and then Ms. Tataconda.
I just first want to express my pleasure and thanks for all of this and everything about the Wheaton-Edison partnership. I really feel like it's been a barrier for Edison to do well when kids don't want to travel, and miss classes. And if it's a cohesive program, it'll be, I think, a lot more successful. I had a question about if it's a 2-year program, certification program, and kids don't want to leave in the middle of high school, can they apply to Seneca Valley, for example, in grade 9, even though their program might not start until grade 11, so that they're there already, or is that not?
So yes, that's absolutely part of the design. Even though the specialized courses or the capstones may not really crank up until junior or senior year. Part of that 4-year comprehensive experience may be industry exposures, visiting job sites, in something like the health professions, perhaps students taking biology as a cohort together. So creating that 4-year experience, even though the coursework may not start till later, is part of the design. There are other programs that may not just start until 11th grade, and we want to be able to maintain the on-ramp to that at that time.
But so they would go to their home school for the first 2 years, say, and then they would apply?
Currently, the design is that as long as there's space available, students would still be able to access part-time while remaining enrolled in their home school.
Okay, that's not what I mean, but.
So we had too many lights on, that's
Okay.
why. Yep.
I think your question is, if I'm a student and I want to apply for a program, and my program officially starts in 11th grade, can I still attend Seneca Valley as a 9th grader? And the answer to that is, yes, you can. You can attend Seneca Valley as a 9th and 10th grader, and as Mr. Murphy said, you may actually take some courses as a cohort, or you may have some activities before you start. So you could start as a 9th grader and 2 years later begin your coursework. And I think that's your question, Ms. Mondrowski? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Your light's not on.
Yeah. Okay, and then just the last comment that I have in reference to, it goes to this and to the following, the follow-ups ones. But, getting the word out, just making sure that our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders really know, because some of the programs do start early, like our medical profession ones, and there are courses that need to be taken, and if they don't take them, then they miss the opportunity. So I know we've already talked about that, and we talked about it with the opening of the JA Finance Park, and the fact that they would get to tour, but just really making sure that all of our students understand and our parents, what programs there are and what they want to start planning for and checking out. So I think it's going to be really important that we work with our counselors and our middle schools, so that when they're evaluating what kids' interests are and what's going to keep them from being truant and what's going to keep them engaged, they will have the opportunity to look at what their future could hold.
So I'm sorry, it was Ms. Wolf before Ms. Tataconda. I didn't see your light on. You can go.
As I understood it, you said as long as space is available, students will still be able to stay at their home school and come over on the bus for maybe a half a day or whatever. My question is, that seems like it's going to be very limiting in space. Do we have any idea now how many kids participate in a program at Edison by leaving their home school and coming over there? Because 125 seats per grade is not very many to me.
Not for all of them, right?
So if you can turn your light off, then that way Mr. Murphy can address your question. I'm sorry.
I think let me try, and if I don't, let me know. Dr. Varr can help me again. So currently, in the Edison model, all students, 700 plus that are attending Edison, come from their home school. So now we're looking at roughly 500 at Edison, roughly 500 at Seneca Valley, to get to about 1,000 district-wide in the comprehensive 4-year model. We anticipate that there'll be space in some programs as they get to the upper grades, and that students will still be able to access those programs on a part-time basis, assuming that there's space available. There'll be other programs that there's not space available. For example, the one that we just saw, like the health professions, very high demand. By the time that they get to the capstone and students are doing hands-on work in hospitals and other facilities, it's a pretty intensive program, and it's something that students really do need to apply early for. Other ones, really, there's easier access to start in grade 11, and so it'll be program dependent, space dependent for that continuation of part-time access.
Is that all, Ms. Wolf? Did that answer your question? Hold on, Dr. Daka. Were you finished?
I'm finished right now. I have to think about what you just said.
Really nice if
So
they
this
put more lights on.
Right, so this is what we're gonna do. The next round of questions, I'm gonna go in order like I usually do, because I'm doing all this back and forth. So if you turn your light on, Dr. Daka, is Ms. Tataconda, and Dr. Daka, you'll be able to answer your question, and then it'll be Ms. O'Neill.
I only wanted to say that we're very grateful to have the opportunity to have a technical school up county at Seneca Valley. It's going to make a big difference, and I know how under-enrolled in the past years Edison was, because a lot of kids from up county couldn't really get there. So I'm really pleased about how it's grown under the new principal, I think we've done a lot of things that have improved the program, and I just wanted to thank you for doing that. And I don't know that people know of the other programs up county at the other high schools, and so that's still an option. And also letting counselors know what the opportunities are for students, because I think a lot of times they didn't tell kids that they could go through courses at Edison and then get 2-year certification at Montgomery College. So I know we're talking about that more and beyond Montgomery College with ACES to the universities of Shady Grove. So a lot of people will be learning more about these programs that are advantageous to kids.
Thank you. Ms. Tetakonda.
Yes, so I just wanted to make a couple of comments. First, I wanted to acknowledge Mr. Krasa at Edison High School. I actually saw him at Wooten High School's graduation yesterday, and we were talking about how excited he was to see his Edison students also walk the stage at Wooten and graduate. So I just wanted to acknowledge that he's really become a very integral part of the students' lives, even though they're only there really half the day. It's not technically their base high school, and really contributing a lot to their growth and development. So thank you for your work and your service. We were also talking about how excited we are for this expansion because of the amount of demand not only there is for the program, but also in the industry for these students to, right after they graduate by 18, just start doing a job in that field, which is really cool that MCPS is able to contribute to the growth of some of these really big industries that need more people desperately, and then also contribute, of course, to the lives of students. So I'm really just want to echo the communication part about the prerequisite courses. I think that that's very, very important because this expansion is a lot of heavy lifting on our part for a worthwhile cause, but that heavy lifting won't come to fruition unless we make sure all of our students are able to take advantage of the program. So just making sure that we make aware all students when they come in freshman year, or even when they're registering for courses in 8th grade when the counselors go in, like, this is something you may want to look into. Here's the course, even if you just give them the link and the course bulletin with the prerequisites. I mean, if it's something that really resonates with them and they're interested in, it'll stick with them, like some kind of one pager or something, because I've heard countless students talk to me about how frustrated they are with that one aspect that they just don't know, and they feel like by the time they know, it's too late because they have to balance fulfilling graduation requirements and prerequisites, which they can't. So that is very, very important to me, and I'm sure whoever the student board member is, time and again in the future, would be totally willing to help with that publicity for 8th grade students.
Mrs. O'Neill, did you? Oh, Dr. Navarro.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to make a comment and a little bit of a plug, if parents are also watching, that one of the things that we have going on this summer is the exposure camps that we started with middle school students in multiple areas. And so kudos to the folks that actually put it together. I just get to talk about it. But the good thing about that is we are very strategically targeting elementary and specifically middle school students and parents to get this information out. We think during the summer we can also, as students come to those programs, get an opportunity to have a captive audience as they're having fun trying to all these different camps out in the different areas, to get some of this information that you're mentioning, Mr. Tetakonda. And so I appreciate you talking about that, because we want to be able to get those information to 7th graders, 8th graders, so that then they can or rising 8th graders, so they can think about, like, when I'm going to make that schedule with my counselor in 9th grade and I see schools visiting, what are really my options? And so I think we need to expand those opportunities. We have a huge expansion around coding this summer for middle school students, and I think we can expand more information directly to students as well as to their families.
Right. And as a middle school parent, we have it at Gaithersburg High School and Lordeman Middle School this summer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right.
Are you registering?
I have a middle school student. Yes, she will be going. Absolutely. So, Mrs. O'Neill, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I think getting to Brenda's point about the numbers, I mean, you know, just I'm still not totally clear. I think it's a great idea to give the kids the opportunity to have the full day. I had my step-niece attended Edison. She rode the bus from Walter Johnson. That particular year, she was the only girl on the bus going to Edison. So I also want to make sure that we're mindful of making sure that our female students are aware and there are no barriers, but, I guess we're sort of dividing the county in half, with the up-county Seneca Valley program and the Wheaton Edison model. But, I mean, if you're a student at Walter Johnson and you wanted to choose that career path, at the end of 8th grade, I mean, applying, is that how it's going to work? These 125 seats are to everyone, available to anyone in the lower half of the county? Is that how that will work?
Pat.
Good evening, everyone. In terms of the catchments, we're still exploring the best way to address how we want to create the catchments for the groups. And so one option is up county and down county, another might be an eastern and a western. So we're going to look at the trends of applications, and we're going to look at the numbers of students that have been applying over time, so that we can have a lot of information to inform the best way to address that, so that we have great access for students.
And I also don't want to lose sight of the fact that other schools do have, program. I mean, I think the maps are interesting, even though they're harder to read. But, like the restaurant management at Paint Branch, and there's medical careers at Paint Branch, and there's automotive and cosmetology at Gaithersburg High School, and that those programs still continue to exist, and that. Also, when way back with Mevis, we did revise the JEE or transfer policy so that career programs with specific designation in the high school course booklet designated by the superintendent are open to students to attend those programs. Just like there is a horticulture program at Damascus High School, and ROTC programs in a very, I don't know what happened, in a variety of places. So I think as we market what's available, we need to market all programs beyond just the Seneca Valley, Edison, Wheaton piece, because there are programs, we're making available up-county more programs, but there are scattered throughout other programs.
Right. It's a great point, and we are definitely going to follow up with you on those maps and with the community on those maps, because that's really the point, is that programs like that are available in every school, but when they're not, we want to be able to create this kind of regional access that eliminates some of the barriers. We also have various ways that this information's been published. I don't know if does the board members have the dot? We call it the dot chart. It shows every school and every program, so it's just another view of it.
Yes, it is.
And so part of what you'll hear about at the very end of this presentation is some of our planning with communicating both what's available in your local school as well as what some of the regional options are.
Okay. So we have 2 more questions. We'll start with Mrs. Silvestri.
Yeah, I want to better understand the Wheaton Edison partnership. So if I'm an 8th grader, I will choose, for example, Edison as my home school, and then I will get certain courses at Wheaton. Is that how it will work?
So part of that, frankly, we're in the process of co-constructing right now with the principals and the staffs from those schools. To answer your question, an 8th grader who applies to the health sciences program, the home school would actually initially probably be Wheaton. But the student has sort of declared that I'm going to access that program at Edison. And so
current state, the way students select programs now at Edison is 9th or 10th grade, their counselor might begin working with them on the possibility of picking a program at Edison, and then it might start at grade 11. Now that option's going to be made a lot earlier so that the experience can start earlier and be more comprehensive in nature. So what we envision is that student starting day one in 9th grade with core academics that take place at Wheaton, perhaps some beginnings of the career program at Edison, maybe, maybe not. And then as you go through 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, when the career pathway goes all the way through and there are capstones and things like that, there would be perhaps more coursework at Edison. There is a lot of detail there that needs to be worked out before the fall of 2020, but frankly, the best people to help co-design that are in those buildings right now, and so that's the process that's underway with teams from the schools.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Wolf.
I just wanted to talk about the catchment areas that you haven't determined yet, but you said it could be up county, down county, east or west. I just wanted to caution you to be very careful about the breakdown so that we don't end up with segregation as a result of this. That's the one thing I wanted to say. And I think what bothered me, or what I was trying to get across before, is that whole idea of scarcity to abundance. Because if we communicate the program the way I think we should, and probably will in the future, I anticipate you're going to have a lot more kids wanting to go. And so I was just trying to understand if the half-day option is still available, or are they going to have to be there full-time for the most part in order to access the program?
Initially, the design is a hybrid of both. That creating the opportunity initially for a comprehensive experience that starts day one of 9th grade instead of a thought that comes much longer down the road. We need to create that opportunity. At the same time, the students show interest later in high school, and the part-time model works. So the part-time model isn't necessarily broken, and the design right now is that we need to maintain some version of that. But what we need to do is create that opportunity that starts in grade 9 with this initial step, and then watch it grow over the subsequent 4 years.
And I just want to emphasize one thing, that part of these is we have to, and I think the right way to start is being able to offer both options so we can see what students choose, and over time be able to, through data in terms of knowledge and opportunities and options, actually see the choices that students make as we move forward. The board, as it moves forward with all of the programming that is taking place, will also be looking at the resources to really support this. And we're going to be talking maybe towards the end around the fact that in the FY20 budget, we have dedicated some resources around professional development for teachers, support for the schools. But, this also comes into discussions around building out, looking at the choices that students make. So I think as we think through this, we want to make an early investment to provide models that open up greater flexibility for students to access these programs. And as we move forward, we will bring to the board implications of that work as it relates to transportation, professional development costs, opportunities to really strengthen these programs.
Dr. Daka.
I started talking about students getting their certification at Montgomery College, leaving Edison and leaving other high schools as well. And I just wanted to point out Dr. Genevieve Floyd, who is our facilitator for some of the students that go to Montgomery College, so that they're not just taking courses for no credit, which is something that's happened before, and then we've seen a lot of dropouts because of that, because they have no direction. So I think that what we're doing here, moving kids through our high schools with a goal in their future, and going on from there, and then on to four-year college. Doesn't have to be USG, but it could be.
Mrs. Mondrowski.
Yes, so I just really quickly wanted first to follow up on Ms. Tataconda's. I had talked about making sure that we get the word out to our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, but making sure that they know what the prerequisites are. I had a young man who shall remain nameless, who, when he went finally to Edison and saw the health thing, his response was, if I had known that there was this, I would have shown up for biology. I was like, but he didn't meet the grade, so he couldn't join the program. So I think that that's an important aspect for kids to understand in advance. The only other thing that I had is that I was saving it for the next time, but the way you said was this is about Seneca Valley, or if we had any questions, and it's about the middle years program, and I'd been told that that's going to be implemented with the new schools, so there's continuum. Will we be making sure that, and we can get back, you can answer later, but just making sure that all of our schools have that.
Ms. Dixon.
Yeah, I just wanted to commend Ms. Tataconda for recognizing Mr. Krasna. That was really wonderful that he was at the Wooten graduation, because I think that connection that your students who are at the half-day program with you is important. It reminded me when I was principal at White Oak that the late Jody Lelick once sent in a contribution to join the PTA at White Oak as the principal of Lelick, or at the time Broad Acres. And I just thought that was so wonderful. But you can then get that information back and forward and, know what's going on at different schools. So I hope that that's something that you'll continue, and that other principals may think about joining the PTA at either the high school or the, middle school. But to Pat's point, which I think is really, really important, we do have a lot of signature programs at the high schools, and it might be nice for them to have an opportunity to have some funds to kind of not redo what they have, but just to refresh and think about some things that they might be able to do. So if you could kind of keep that in mind as you move forward with that. Thank
Dr.
you.
Zuckerman.
Ms. Dixon, the moment had passed earlier when Ms. Tataconda had mentioned about Mr. Crosser going to Wooten, but you just brought it back up, so I did feel compelled to share that Ms. O'Neill and I also saw Mr. Crosser yesterday at the RICA graduation. So you're clearly a man about town, and so it is important, and I'm glad you mentioned that.
So thoughtful. I know. So, Mr. Murphy, we will turn it back over to you to continue.
Thank you.
Yes.
So the next part of Phase 1 is expanding access to the International Baccalaureate, or IB, diploma program. Currently, we have 8 high schools in MCPS who are authorized as IB World Schools. So let me again thank some IB principals of IB schools who are here. We introduced Dr. Cohen, Dr. Joe Rubens, Kennedy High School, Dr. Art Williams, Springbrook High School. Other administrators and staff from some of our IB schools, just wave your hand. I saw some of you come in. We have coordinators, other administrators. And so I just wanted to make sure that we knew that they were here. BTSA is here. Okay. Community members are here. So we appreciate your engagement in these conversations and being here tonight. So with IB, again, we have 8 high schools in MCPS who are authorized as IB World Schools. These are not homegrown programs, but rather they are externally validated through a rigorous authorization process to receive accreditation from the IB organization. IB authorization is recertified every 5 years through another review process. There are thousands of IB schools worldwide, all held to the same international standards and practices. While IB is often compared to AP, Advanced Placement, IB stands out because of its international reach and the standardization of programs once schools are authorized. In all of our IB schools, our students take the same IB exams and earn the same IB diploma as students do worldwide. There's also uniform professional development, as our teachers travel outside of MCPS to attend professional development sanctioned by IB alongside teachers from across the country. In all IB schools, students begin IB diploma courses in grade 11, and complete a rigorous curriculum in 6 major subject areas, completing exams, other assessments, community service, and a senior year extended research project. When successful, they receive the IB diploma, which again is recognized around the world. So we actually have the last video that just gives you a brief glimpse into the IB program.
The IB program is very rigorous, but it doesn't compare with the amount of skills that you learn, and they help you to make decisions not only in your everyday life, but also the college life that you're gonna live after high school. El programa de IB es muy riguroso, pero no se compara con las habilidades que te enseña, no solo para tu vida, sino para lo que vas a hacer después de la escuela secundaria, ya sea ir a la universidad o llevarlos más allá de eso.
Seem to say it better than we can. So with IB, one of our IB programs at Richard Montgomery is unique and is one of the highest demand programs in MCPS. It was the first IB program in the district and is the only IB program open to students countywide by application. Currently, over 1,000 students apply each year for approximately 100 out-of-area seats. The program is also offered to the local students in the Richard Montgomery cluster. As was noted in the choice study, this is a program where demand far exceeds the supply of available seats. And we know that there are highly capable, motivated, talented students in every zip code and in every school. What is unique about Richard Montgomery is that the students who enter via application begin as an academic cohort starting in grade 9. These students are grouped together with academic peers in core academic classes starting in 9th grade, creating a strong pipeline to the IB diploma. This grouping strategy is actually one that Dr. Plucker mentioned in his comments earlier. Sort of. I knew he was going to say that. In addition, there's also a strategy of adding local students to the program, and again, on-ramps, to create a critical mass of students throughout 9th through 12th grade to help make the program thrive. In our other IB schools, they also offer the same IB diploma and work strategically to ensure access for their students. However, in the other local programs, students are not scheduled in IB groupings in grade 9 or 10. That is one of the distinctions with the county-wide model at Richard Montgomery versus the local programs. This proposed plan will expand access of available seats to the application model currently at Richard Montgomery to 3 additional sites at established IB schools, which has the potential to triple the amount of access for students across the district. In this plan, the 3 new regional application sites are already authorized as IB schools: Watkins Mill, Kennedy, and Springbrook High Schools. Students would now be able to apply to these additional sites and begin as an academic cohort starting in grade 9, similar to the model in place at Richard Montgomery. It's important to note that Richard Montgomery will remain a county-wide program during this transition. The same application and selection process that's in place now will continue to be employed at Richard Montgomery and also be used for the new locations. However, instead of only one single countywide option at one location, students will have choice, the option of selecting an IB diploma program closer to where they live. Transportation will continue to be provided to Richard Montgomery county-wide and also to the new sites from within regions. It will also be important to note that the new application programs are strong. While The IB diploma is the IB diploma. The numbers of students in the program matters. A critical mass of students who start in 9th grade will strengthen the programs and allow schools to offer a wide array of courses in multiple sections of classes with academic peers. And critical to success will be ensuring that resources such as staffing, materials, programs like the middle years, and professional development are at the same level in all of the schools. It's also important to note that there are the 4 other local IB schools those are BCC, Einstein, Rockville, Seneca Valley will remain as IB schools for their students. And again, back to Seneca Valley, because of the new programs planned there, we will begin the process for Seneca Valley to become authorized for the IB Career Program, which is a cutting-edge IB program that combines prescribed IB courses, a full career pathway, and a senior year project to culminate with the IB Career Diploma upon graduation, similar to the IB Diploma. This will complement the career pathway programs and IB program already in place there, and yes, again, with middle years being streamlined across the locations. Also want to mention that Rockville High School currently offers the IB Career Program. It's one of 2 schools that do it in the district, so our plan also calls for regional access to the IB Career Program there, providing an opportunity to grow the program. So to summarize and be clear for the public, new IB application sites similar to the Richard Montgomery model will open at Watkins Mill, Kennedy, and Springbrook, with an initial cohort of grade 9 students in the 2020-21 school year. Richard Montgomery will remain countywide during this initial phase. Up County, Watkins Mill will be the regional site for the IB Diploma, and Seneca Valley for the IB Career Program. Before I close, I again want to emphasize the notion of on-ramps and multiple entry points and serving students in the local school. Just like was mentioned with the career readiness programs at Seneca Valley, Edison, or Wheaton, the same on-ramps will be in place for IB. Some students will apply to the IB Diploma in grade 8 and begin coursework with their academic peers in grade 9. But other students from the local school will show potential to thrive and have an on-ramp to start the IB Diploma program in grade 11. This is the power of leveraging the special program to also serve students in the local school. Again, as Dr. Navarro mentioned earlier, this is an initial step in phase 1, which we are sure to learn from and make course corrections as needed. There will be an opportunity for the public to provide input on this plan, posted on the MCPS website shortly after this meeting. Feedback will continue to be collected as we go forward, and we will come back to the board in September with an update and more detail before we actually enter the fall applications for 8th grade students for the 2020-21 school year. And now I'm going to turn it to Ms. Franklin, who will close with communication plans and streamlined processes.
Can I ask you one quick question first? Can the students at Richard Montgomery currently, can a 10th grader apply to the IB program at Richard Montgomery now?
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
Thank you and good evening, and thank you for having me and our team here tonight. We're really excited about a lot of these next steps, but as you hear how overwhelming the information can be, one of the things that we have to do is make sure that our parents and our students and our schools all can learn this in a very streamlined way, and so that's the challenge that we're going to take on. So we're going to start this year with the universal review, at least with planning for that, and that's going to happen in the fall of 2019. So you're familiar with the grade 3 and the grade 5 universal review. So it's going to be something similar to that. So we have a model from which we can build on. We're going to be looking at assessments. We can look at student survey interests, data, and then we will compile that information, work with our parent engagement community so that we can develop a letter that's easy to read, very understandable, and we'll get to all of our grade 8 students. The next big step, though, that's really important, because we are expanding potentially to about 25 different high school programs. Not students not all students will be eligible for all of those, but they will be eligible for many number of them. So we're going to have to streamline and create parent-friendly processes. So one of the things we'll do is we're going to provide common marketing materials. We'll have those in digital and print. We'll have them available in multiple languages as well. Students and their parents will also have access to the information on our websites. They will also have it available at their local middle schools, and they will get direct information. So for whom students are eligible for programs, they will get direct information, and in addition, they'll have indirect information available on the website and other materials. When we get started with this process, one of the first things we're going to first do right after this meeting and in June is start to send a communication out to our current grade 7 students. They are the first group that will be involved in this process. So we will be preparing a letter for them. One of our biggest partners in this work is the communications team. They've been really fabulous about helping us think differently, digitally and also in print. We have a comprehensive plan that is coming forward. So the full complement of tools that you see up above on the screen is going to include our website, which is available in English and Spanish. We're going to have a place for community engagement support, for example, workshops, fairs that will be available to parents. We're going to have student and parent marketing materials, interactive maps. We currently use digital and social media strategy, Facebook, Twitter. Those will continue. We also will have a place for student interest applications, and we're also, which is really key in this work, is having tools for our counselors, our career information coordinators in the high schools, particularly our grade 8 folks in the middle schools, who are going to be really integral into this part of this work, along with our parent community coordinators, who we are going to really rely on and partner to get this information out to them. So here's an example of materials that will be available to students. We'll have a series of brochures, and then you've got to see 2 videos of the Day in the Life program marketing videos, really short. They give families a glimpse of what's available to them, so those will be available in multiple venues. And here is our timeline. So this just summarizes what we're going to be doing in the next few months and next year. We're going to start our communication this summer, but as early as June for our grade 7 families, who will be our first group of students who will be going through this process. We will have our marketing and applications in the fall more directly when they're in grade 8. Then when students go through the process, and remember, it's roughly 20% of the students and the families that go through this process, they will have an opportunity to get one place for a common application, and then also the programs begin. So I think I might have glossed over that, but let me go back to what's really important about this process. Currently, families get multiple ways to access a program. If you're interested in aviation, there's a link for that you can apply online. If you're interested in the Blair Magnet, there's a link for that online. And if you're interested in P-TECH or IB, there are different links for that. So what's important in this process, and we've been getting a number of different pieces of feedback from families and schools, is that they want one place to apply. So we're going to have common marketing materials in addition to a one-stop shop for where families can apply. And so we're really excited about that part as well. So they'll have an opportunity to indicate all of their different options at one place. And most importantly, which is going to be a win for schools and the parents and the students, is they'll get one letter that says what the outcomes are. So if they apply to 5 different programs at one time, they will be notified of the results of the 5 programs, and then we will be able to collect the acceptances at one time, so that we hear from parents, well, I'm still waiting on the results of this program before I accept this other program. So at this time, what we're going to do is streamline that so families can get the information all at one time. So this is phase 1 of our work, and as we move forward, the cycle will continue. Will be repeated for each of the phases. In fact, as we are now marketing phase 1 this fall, we will begin planning for phase 2. So thank you so much for letting me have that opportunity. Ms. Hazel will close us out.
Again, we just want to reiterate that the majority of students attend their local schools, and so strengthening local programs is certainly the priority and also increasing the regional program opportunities for our students. And again, the communication and transparency as we go through this process is really critical as well. So you just want to turn it over for any further discussion or questions that you have.
Sure. So we're going to start with Ms. Dixon, then we're going to go around the table.
Right.
Ms. Dixon.
So thank you all very much for the presentation. It is really, really exciting, and that Edison-Wheaton partnership, it really is the way to go. So thank you for that as well. Just wanted to mention on this is a great little chart here. I went through it 3 times. I didn't see NJROTC on here. You might want to put it on because 5 of the high schools do have that. We just got a report on that.
Yeah. Smart.
Thank you.
Mrs. Mondrowski.
Yep, so I too want to thank you all. I already mentioned I'm excited about the partnership thing. One suggestion, I'd like to, I think that we should show those promo videos in every middle school, just as then we know that every kid has seen it. But I know it's one more thing to do, but I just think it could be important. Couple of little things. So some concerns were raised about the success of the elementary school rollout. But, I went over and toured Mill Creek Town yesterday, I think it was. And it seemed very successful to me. So I don't want to get off track or anything, but can you just give me a quick, is it working? Are we seeing where we need to change things? Are we working on that if there are things? And are we going to learn those lessons to implement them in with the high school?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the concerns were around the local programs or the enriched literacy programs. I think the local center programs are doing very well. I think families are very happy to be in their local schools. The enriched literacy curriculum also implemented at the elementary level, grades 4 and 5, and then we also did something similar in our middle schools with mathematics and humanities. Also seem to be working well. We did have some schools implement different models, so we are taking a look now at which models work best and looking at the data as we end the year to see if there are models that we would recommend as we move forward.
Great. Okay. And then I'm going to mention something about Miss Cynthia Simonson gave a testimony, and she talked about a blueprint and everything. This seems to me like a good blueprint, and I was curious as to what you all would imagine that looking like. Anytime we do this kind of work or make changes in anything, we worry about transparency, we worry about communication and outreach, and people feeling like we don't have that. But as I looked at the 600 stakeholders in 34 sessions and the wide range of representation, what would you, how would you address that? What more could we do, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Or, can we work with the communities who have questions and do a question answer thing or something so that people don't feel like they don't know if they have more questions? Or
Yeah, absolutely. This plan really does, I think, represent a lot of feedback that's been heard thus far, and continues to evolve. There were 4 different community conversations that were held starting back in December, January, as recently as the first week of May. And every time it evolved because we were hearing really good feedback from the community, and that will continue. And so we want to hear feedback on this plan. These slides are a start of a blueprint. As Ms. Franklin mentioned, we're going to begin working on other communications that are easy to understand, aren't so technical, aren't so long, so that people can see the plan with transparency. And I like the term blueprint, that can respond to it. And we want to hear the feedback over the summer. We want to come back to you in the fall with, here's what we've heard since the May presentation and before the application season starts for those 8th graders. We want to be able to tell you what we've learned and probably what we've tweaked along the way. and that will then continue. And so this starts with that group of students who are currently in 7th grade, a first cohort of students in 9th grade in 2020, and then we will continue to learn as we phase in.
Okay, that's good. And then my last thing is just, I share many of the community members' concerns about making sure that we're doing this slowly enough, we're rolling it out right, and that we have both the critical mass, the professional development, the academic rigor, to make this be successful. And so I really want to strongly emphasize that if at any point we feel like we don't have that we don't just proceed anyways. The IB program at Richard Montgomery is extraordinary, and that's why we have so many people applying to get in with so few seats. If the programs at the new areas aren't the equivalent of the curriculum and the structure and the experience, people won't apply to it anyways, in my opinion, or they'll still want to try and apply to the Richard Montgomery one, even if it's not closer to their home. So I just think that we really need to be sure that we are working with our staff, with our community, and with the curriculum, and those cohorts you talked about and everything, to make sure that, because I think that's, we have IB programs like at Seneca Valley and Gaithersburg and several other schools. I think there's one at Gaithersburg. No, there's not. Okay, sorry. I thought there was a biotech one there, but got it. But anyways, the point is only that they're not viewed in the same way. I'm going to be frank, they're both IB programs, but that's not how it's perceived. And whatever it is that makes that be so, I'd like us to really make sure that not be the case.
And I think I appreciate your honesty, Ms. Mandrowski, at the board table. I will say that, as Mr. Murphy mentioned, the assessments are common, they're international and so forth. I want to highlight that we have amongst us exemplary teachers in all of our schools. And I have fundamental belief that it is our responsibility to provide them time and professional development and supports and knowledge on how to make these IB programs flourish, both at those regional sites and the programs that currently exist, that every program can improve. And I think we are committed to provide professional development resources for the faculty at those 3 additional sites, regional sites, to be able to ramp up and be ready for regional models. And I think it's just important. I have great confidence in our staff. Our principals are here. Our parents are here. Thank you for coming.
Yes.
Because, and our staff is watching, because I think the staff at these schools are really ready to take this on, and it's kudos to them because they have been working with their local IB programs, and this is a step up as well, and we are ready to support them through that transition. And like I've always said, we have amazing teachers at every one of our schools, and they are going to continue to support the best interests of our students. But thank you for mentioning that at the board table.
Yeah, and I just want to, make sure everyone understand. I, too, am very appreciative of the partnerships, and I'm very excited about this. I mean, our county has been growing in numbers and not in opportunities for years and years, but I don't want to take anything away, and I wouldn't want to change something that is working until we know that we have more things that will also work, if that makes sense. So,
Mrs. O'Neill.
So I've had some experience with our IB programs over time. And I just want to say, I'm incredibly supportive. I think there are a number of factors that make the IB at Richard Montgomery, stand or be perceived in the community as head and shoulders. One, it was the first. And it was put in at Richard Montgomery at a time when Richard Montgomery was facing closure as a school. It creates an elite atmosphere because you are testing in. So you are special from the get-go because you are one of 100 out of 1,000 who've been accepted to the program. it creates an incredible cohort and camaraderie of the students because they begin as a cohort in 9th grade, which is different in the other schools. But it is the IB, and a critical piece is it has a very mature teaching staff who've been, many of them, together over time and have really captured the IB way of thinking. I have done the reauthorization visit from the IB World Group at Richard Montgomery. I've done the IB authorization at Rockville. I've done the IB middle years authorization at Julius West. I did the authorization initially at BCC High School, and the middle years program for the BCC cluster, because one of the pieces is that the IB people require board commitment to the IB program. I visited the IB program at BCC when they did showcase their senior thesis projects. And so I have a sense, although I never had the opportunity, but I do think that it's important to expand the opportunities. I know the students at BCC this morning who graduated with their IB medallions put in a lot of hard work to get that, just as the students who will walk across the stage for Richard Montgomery when they receive the IB. But I want to make sure that we're providing the students with the same same opportunities. And, there is a lot of staff support that goes into making it great. It's middle years, it's training, and it's belief structure, and I think it's a good opportunity. I think there's some misunderstanding. I think some of our two speakers today seem to imply that we didn't already have IB qualified teachers or programs, and we do. I mean, and Rockville is not, it's slated to be the career IB, but it has an IB program. And as does Watkins Mill, as does Kennedy, as does Seneca Valley and BCC. So, opportunities are there. We have to make sure that the back structure is right. I have two questions. One is, I've been around 20 years, but I wasn't here at the beginning of the IB in Montgomery County. Did the board take action to create Richard Montgomery as the countywide program? Does the board have to take action to change that? I know you guys are going to come back to us in the fall because you still have a lot of work on this, but I want to make sure that somebody will.
So we will check that. That is a great question. We will check that, and we'll go back in the history.
Yeah,
and
it
see
would have
what
been
happened.
in the 80s.
Yep.
Keep that history.
We have. I'm sure we keep it. If there's anything MCPS, we keep everything.
I think that would be important. And also we need to communicate to the Richard Montgomery community, that the changes are not destroying the program that has made Richard Montgomery just such a incredible school over time. And the other thing is, I would just be curious, I know you have not thought, or you probably have thought, but you haven't put on paper actual catchment areas. I would be interested to see where the students, the 4 years worth of kids at Richard Montgomery are actually coming from to Richard Montgomery to participate in that, in the Richard Montgomery IB program. I think
Which
it's.
schools they're all coming from?
Yeah.
We do have that. We can provide it as a follow-up.
Dr. Daco.
Yeah. I want to thank you for the presentation, and I was glad to get a chance to read it ahead of time. I'm really pleased about this. I've been saying for a couple of years that the population has doubled in this county for students, and we did not have extra programs, and now we do. You're really working hard at that, making sure that the local schools have some opportunities to do some of the programs that we have been using as centers. I think perception is the most important thing that was in my mind. We have these IB programs, and I know Mr. Murphy started talking about the requirements that they have to have a certain curriculum, that the teachers have to be prepared to do that. And if the students don't meet the mark in some of these programs, we could lose the programs. So it's not casual, and it does not mean that the other programs are not that good. The perception is that one is better than the other because it started first. And I understand that. And I think the standards that we have to follow in order to have IB are really important, and people need to understand that. And I'm an old hand at these special programs. I was at Blair when they started the first magnet in '84. So I've been watching all of these programs, and I wanted to say that we have so many talented teachers that even though we're expanding, we have people who can take this on and do a really great job. So thank you very much.
Mrs. Silvestre.
I just wanted to say for the viewing public, or I guess ask the question, transportation will be provided to all of these programs?
Yes. And to be clear, again, countywide to Richard Montgomery the first year, and regionally to the new sites.
Great, thank you. Could you help me understand how the 8th grade screening relates to the choice process? You're going to screen every 8th grader, and then what happens with that information?
So one of the things that we had talked about is looking at a lot of data on students. So student achievement data, they also complete mindset and interest surveys on Naviance, and then we also have course enrollment for them when they start 8th grade. And so the idea is to look at all of that information to come up with like a predictive success model with which courses they might want to be looking at in 9th grade. So they'll be getting this kind of information in early fall, right before the high school option fairs start beginning, and then also before registration occurs for them to accept a program, or if they decide to go to their home middle school. The idea is to help inform the parents and the students about opportunities that they might want to look at in their local program, in their local school, and then just have recommendations of you're eligible for these special programs should you have an interest in one of these themes.
Okay.
And to be clear, again, just something I said earlier, then so the public understands that for Richard Montgomery and for the new sites, the application and selection process next year will not change.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. I just wanted to say that in my experience, IB has a reputation for rigor, but sometimes that scares students into applying or trying because they have heard stories about how hard it is. And you know, I don't know what to do about that, but just wanted to raise it to your attention that I would hate for students kind of to hear that and not apply, kind of checking themselves out, because you know, I have seen many students be very successful and thrive in IB programs that maybe didn't think they would. They kind of entered it reluctantly and then had a fabulous experience. So this is high school programs related, but not. I just wanted to ask this question about choice. The meta study had a path for the expansion of language options in the high schools, and I don't know if you're going to come back to us with that information, but as we expand dual language programs and our immersion programs, there needs to be a pathway into the high school so that these students have a rigorous high school second language experience.
Yes, and we can certainly come back and talk about our plans for language in middle and high school.
Also mentioned today was the early college dual enrollment. I think that it will be very important in your marketing materials to have parents understand which ones have costs associated with them, because everything else is free. But now we're introducing some things that will, maybe if you could share with the board currently so that we can better understand the payment mechanism for those programs, but those will be critical for parents to understand what will cost them, and as well as I hear some parents say, well, the whole, will they get credit for AP? Will they get credit for IB once they get to college? Having parents understand, it depends on the college and it depends on the score, and so that they understand the return on investment.
And Ms. Sylvester, just to add to it, I'm glad Dr. Floyd is here with us. She has been working very closely with Montgomery College to make a lot of that information more parent-friendly, and we need to continuously put it out there so that we have that. So that is a takeaway when we have met with both our board and their board. We also queued up this issue of just making communication more clear for parents as they make decisions. So we have that takeaway, and we can come forward and share what our communication opportunities are going to look like. But thank you for bringing that up.
I'll say to Mrs. Silvestri point, like, my thought is I'm happy that we are creating an abundance for our students. When I think about our equal opportunity schools, like, the whole point of that is to be able to find those kids who don't typically take part in the AP and the IB program. So now I believe some of the regional schools are equal opportunity schools as well. So I just hope that we're not creating a barrier for our students who just can get into the program and now they have to apply. Is there a plan as to how we will support students who now have to apply, that we identify as students who can take part in AP and IB, that now they will have an application process? And then the other question for me is, will we have like a certain set of seats for the students that's their home school?
Yes, absolutely on that question. Again, that idea that there'll be a certain set of 8th grade students who apply from many different areas to the regional site, but also seats and abundance for those local students to do the exact same thing and start as 8th graders in that academic cohort. And again, that's part of what is currently in place at Richard Montgomery. The students from Julius West in the local feeder pattern enter the program side by side with the countywide students who have entered through the magnet. So that will also be in place in the new regional sites for the local students. And again, for the students who may not have applied or gotten in at that point, there are additional on-ramps later on for the local students, because truthfully the IB diploma courses start in grade 11, so there's that time to find those students, tap into that interest, tap into that potential, find who they are, encourage them, motivate them, make sure there's key messages that, yes, you can do this, and support. And so once they enter, that support is also a really big deal. The other thing, if I could just take a moment while we talk about that support, one of the pieces of feedback that we heard throughout our community conversations was, wow, this sounds stressful. This sounds like a lot of pressure. This sounds like a lot to think about for a youngster. And just keeping in mind not only just the academic support, but the well-being of students, the academic stress, the pressures of thinking about their future. It is a lot. And so we really didn't have time tonight to get into how we keep an eye on student well-being as they come through these pathways. It's really, really important. So I just wanted to mention that.
Ms. Wolf.
I just want to thank you for the presentation. It was excellent. And I'm very excited that we're going to be getting more programs in certain parts of the county. I guess my question, well, it's not really a question, it's a comment. Again, it's about communication. I think that when you're dealing with certain populations, you have to be sure that you're being very simple in how you explain it, but you also have to go to outlets that they trust. And so I would encourage you to consider using the regional service centers, because a lot of our underserved students, their parents go to those centers for services. So it's a good way to reach them, to explain to them about what's going on. Likewise, I tell you, a lot of them go to the libraries and the recreation centers after school. So, excuse me, if you could put some sort of information out there, it might be helpful. I think I wanted to push back a bit on why Richard Montgomery is considered better, because as I understand it, they have more course offerings. So is it your intent to increase the course offerings in IB at all of these regional centers?
Yes, and part of that's driven by that critical mass. Numbers of students help offer the wider array of course offerings. So through more students, the goal is to bring parity to all the course offerings.
Thank you.
Ms. Tataconda.
Yes, thank you. So I have a few questions that I wanted to raise with regards to all of this that's going on. So I definitely do think that our push to expand access is very, very, very important. I am an IB diploma program student, and I can say that all of our classmates, despite the many sleepless nights, we can say that being a part of the program has had a profound impact on our life and the way we see the world. So making that opportunity available to more than just 100-something students is great. So I just wanted to start off with that. But I do have a few things that I wanted to address that I feel are very, very important, both from personal experience and from my understanding of the community's interests. So first and foremost, what I wanted to reiterate is that if we are moving to this model where students are basically going to be able to go to IB programs, not at Richard Montgomery, but around the county, we need to make sure that all of the programs are brought up to have the range of offerings and resources that the Richard Montgomery program has. To my colleagues' points, it's not that one program is better than the other. It's just that because Richard Montgomery has more students than any other one of the programs in the county, and of course, I'm not saying this for you all, of course, I'm saying this for the public, they have more elective choices. So for group 3, the social studies, you don't just have history and psychology, you have history, psychology, anthropology, and philosophy and psychology and environmental science. So, but that's because there's 180 students, so there's enough to create at least one section of every class. So that's very important, I believe. That's one of the assets of the program that makes it so appealing to a lot of students, is the range of choice that extends beyond what's at the homes, the other local IB programs. And then, of course, I think my colleagues also mentioned the teachers. The teachers having been kind of veteran teachers to the IB program for a very long time. And of course, that doesn't happen overnight, but I think that if we make sure that we develop a cohort of teachers at every one of these schools who are very committed to the IB philosophy, then we can also achieve equity in that aspect. The cohort model and the pre-IB coursework. This is something that I really want to advocate on. We see that Richard Montgomery graduates a lot of students, not only who took IB courses, but actually obtained the diploma. And I think a lot of that can be attributed to the fact that we, in 9th and 10th grades, the majority of us are in this pre-IB framework where we receive very, very rigorous instruction from the teachers, and just very preparatory work. The essay I wrote for my English exam that was last week, I learned how to write that style of essay in 9th grade, and we've been practicing it every year since. So that's one of the reasons why students at Richard Montgomery are so well prepared to take the exam in their senior year. So I do believe that because we're moving to this model where we're trying to strengthen local programs, we should make it such that students can enter in 8th grade, but then they can also enter in 11th grade, just like at Richard Montgomery. So, but I do think that the pre-IB coursework makes a profound impact on the way you view like education as a whole, honestly. So I really want to push on that part, is that if we're doing this, we can never say it's the same if we don't have the 9th and 10th grade piece in there for all the students. So if we are doing this like it's presented here, then there are more seats. It's the same program. And we're giving all of these programs a chance to grow, because by having more students, that's the only way we can really have the same range of offerings. So that sounds really great, but I would really hope, I mean, the power here is 1000% in the implementation. If it's implemented correctly, it's going to change so many lives. It's going to give so many students a great opportunity. But if not, then it could create more vast inequities in terms of what's available to students based on their geographic location. And then I also wanted to talk about how by doing these regional programs, it's really an opportunity, like was said at the beginning of the presentation, to talk about socioeconomic isolation and how we can work hard on eliminating that in Montgomery County, and how important that is. I think this is having this entire conversation, not just the IB, is a really good way to work on that. And I'd like to just touch on Ms. Mondrowski's comments about the rollout, just making sure we're patient enough to make sure we roll it out correctly with all the details ironed out, because if we do this right, this can be something that really lasts for a very, very long time. And last, I'm sorry, I know I'm talking for a long time, but communication and transparency are very, very important. Again, with the mission of what we're doing here, we need to make sure everyone knows about it. It's a great opportunity. So we want to make sure that all students are aware of what is available to them and the kind of impact that those things can have. So I'm excited, very happy to see that this is being expanded across the county, and we'll be watching the implementation from afar. Thank you.
Don't turn off your light. You really are on fire tonight. And you mentioned the writing piece and how important that was. Can you say, and that, you know, you really learned to do that in 9th grade. Can you say something just about the reading that you did in the IB program?
Sure, absolutely. Where do I even begin? Reading, also very rigorous. I mean, we came in freshman year over the summer. Most of us, we were reading the Odyssey and doing a very detailed assignment on it. We read Crime and Punishment. We read a graphic novel called Persepolis. I think the most beautiful piece about the reading in the IB program is that a lot of the books are actually translated works. So really the range of perspective that I've been able to see is absolutely amazing. And if you actually one of the ways that impact shows really last year was both me and my friend Nima, we were both running for SMOB, and one of our key platform points was diversifying text for students who are not in a program like the IB that intentionally gives you that opportunity, because that also really changes the way you see the world. So yes.
Very good. Ms. Dixon, did you have any?
No, that was
Mrs. Mondrowski.
Yeah, I know that the conversation of this is generally around the career and technology stuff, and then the IB and whatever. But as I'm looking at this list of programs of study, I don't see anything about the arts. And I know that as we're talking about opening Woodward and we're looking at some of these things, I'm just curious why none of that's included and incorporated into any of this.
So,
Because I think it's important.
It is important, and it's very much on our mind in long-term planning, and I think when we come to you with phase 2 of this work, you'll see it elevated. The chart you have are the MSDE Career and Technology Education Programs of Study that are the state-approved programs in the career pathways. And so sometimes programs like JROTC or some of the fine arts programs and other examples don't show up on that list, but we, like has been said throughout the night, we need to do a better job of not having all these different things that communicate different programs, but really a more comprehensive look that elevate everything.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And, even if you wanted to I don't know how you'd fit it in here, frankly, but do a section on the, a separate section, the non-Maryland approved or something, just so that when people are taking a look at, I'm hopeful people will look at this and really see what is available. And so I would like those things to be included if possible. Thanks.
Okay.
They could make their own list, but then they have to search every school.
Okay.
Well, so we can always come back to the board as we create the parent, that, because remember what Ms. Franklin was talking about was actually a one-stop shop. So if I am a Magruder student, I can see the programs, all of the programs of my comprehensive school, as well as my regional programs. So it might be a good idea just to make a note that we'll come back to the board in a couple of different settings to actually model the platform of what will parents actually see.
Yep. I'm assuming the regional ones would be in there too then.
Yeah.
Dr. Zuckerman.
Okay, I just wanted to make a comment to that.
Sure.
So another resource that we do have is the options booklet. That's really just an online resource which does elevate the local programs and then a variety of our application programs, elementary, middle, and high. So that's another resource that we are also going to make sure that families have access to.
Okay. Dr. Zuckerman.
I just want to thank everyone for engaging with us tonight in this conversation. Our school-based staff members in particular, thank you for being here with us at this hour. And I know that we have captured a number of follow-ups that we'll bring back to the Board of Education in the very near future. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. So the next item on our agenda, Dr. Zuckerman, is implications of more learning and less testing.
Yes. So in spring of 2017, the Maryland General Assembly passed the More Learning, Less Testing Act of 2017, which set a limit on the amount of time that may be devoted to locally mandated assessments. The legislation does a number of things, but one area it does is compel school districts to ensure that all locally mandated assessments are clear in their purpose, they're time limited, that they're worth taking, that they're of a high quality, and that they are tied to student learning. And so Dr. Navarro and her team are going to lead us through a discussion around the work that we've done in this area and the committee work, and so I'll hand it over to Dr. Navarro.
So in the interest of time, we just need to get the, yep, there we go.
Sorry.
The presentation ready, and in the interest of time, Dr. Zuckerman mentioned a little bit about the More Learning, Less Testing Act. And every local educational agency, every school district in Maryland is engaging in this process and must come to their board with an update before June 1st. So this is the update that we're moving forward. I want to emphasize, and I think it'll be emphasized through the presentation, and we're gonna tighten it because we're conscious of the time, that this is gonna be, we believe and we know that this is gonna be continued work. This does not end tonight. And we believe that the engagement that we've been able to receive by bringing multiple stakeholders together actually helps shape and inform our work forward. Just as a reminder, the law requires State Board to adopt regulations that limit the amount of time devoted to the mandated assessments, as you can see in the PowerPoint presentation. We are coming with updates. The team will be introduced by, once again, Ms. Nikki Hazel. And we expect to come with updates as we continue to meet into next year as well. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Ms. Hazel to walk us through the presentation.
Okay. Good evening again. So we are going to just jump right in and talk about assessment, what assessment means as we talk about this work. And this, again, is assessment means a federal, state, or locally mandated assessment. That it is intended to measure the progress of our students and really help determine their readiness. And if you were to take a look on our MCPS website and just type in MCPS assessment, you would see a document that looks like this with all of our grades from pre-K to 12 that lists every single assessment that we offer students, whether it be a mandatory assessment or assessment for students who are in particular service areas. And so this is just a sample page. You can see the grade level, the name of the assessment, and its purpose, which is really important. And then it gets into whether it is a local, state, or national assessment, the time that's required, whether or not it's mandatory, and the number of minutes. And so that is also something that is expected to be shared with our community. And so we have that available on our website for parents to see. They will find that assessments in black are for all, that are written in black writing, are for all of the students to take. And then if you were to continue, you would see some assessments written in red writing, and those assessments are for students in certain service groups, like our ESOL students have certain assessments that they take, so not all students would take them. So when we talk about assessments, these are the tests, like our MAP assessments, measures for academic progress, our PARC, what used to be our PARC assessment would be something that would be considered an external assessment that's mandated. Our SAT is an assessment that is not mandated but is also included on this list. So we include everything there. What we do not include as we talk about this conversation, and we have a group that comes together to discuss it, are assessments that are not mandatory. So your AP assessments, your IB, we just talked about IB programs and their assessments, that would not be considered mandatory because all students don't take it. SAT is not a mandatory assessment because students can opt out of that assessment. Even assessments that teachers elect to give in their own classroom would not be considered under this legislation. So would not be considered under the 2.2%. Even if a team of teachers in a school decided that they wanted to give a social studies assessment in the social studies department, if it's not mandated by the school system, then it would not fall under the 2.2%. Again, students who have 504 plans or students who are taking our ESOL assessments, that is not considered under the 2.2% in this consideration. The legislation did call that for us to have stronger collaboration between our district, our staff, community members, and parents. And so we did have many individuals from SEIU representation, our MCEA representation, and we actually have some teachers in the audience, and they've been sitting here for quite some time, so thank you for staying, and raise your hand and so that we can see you. We appreciate you being a part of our committee. Thank you. And Ms. Simonson was also, as a parent representative, a part of our committee as well, and so we appreciate their time, and again, central office staff. So we have been working over the last year and a half to talk about assessments in MCPS. And if you were to go on to the District Assessment Committee on our website, you can take a look at all of the notes and those different dates and see what we've been discussing. But our charge over the last year and a half has really been to take a look at all of those assessments that I showed on that blue document, and we looked at the time required to administer the assessments. You heard some of those comments from teachers earlier today in public comment. Is it duplicative? Do we have multiple assessments that are capturing the same information? We looked at the purpose of the assessment. Is the assessment valuable? Does it give us the feedback that teachers need to be able to make instructional decisions? And is it timely? So those are the things that we focused on. I want to introduce Mr. Ryan Forkert, who is principal of Lux Manor Elementary School, who's also on our committee, and he's going to walk us through the process and the elementary decisions or recommendations that were made.
Thank you. So we began the process at our first meeting to just simply understand our charge, to understand the law and what the parameters are and what we were exactly looking at. And so what Ms. Hazel just shared was letting us know that we could only look at those mandated assessments that we're using in Montgomery County, as well as those that are mandated by state and federal law. So we examined our past and current assessment practices to see what we've done, what we're currently doing, and then started to look at the times and to start thinking about some of those parameters about the usefulness of those assessments. The great part was when we actually broke into our level alike groups. When we started together, and so I know about elementary assessments because that's what we do, but I'm not as familiar with the high school assessments. What was great is when we got into those groups and we had teachers, administrators, we had parents, support staff, where we were able to talk about how those assessments impact our own schools. We were able to talk about the times. There were assessments that we don't all do. Some schools don't have grades 3 through 5, so they're not doing the PARC, or they may not be doing MAP-R because it's not at their school. Some schools have pre-K. I don't. So when we talked about pre-K assessments, I didn't have a working knowledge of that. But what was great is we had those teachers from other schools so that they were all represented, that we could actually talk about those assessments. So we took time to take a look at all of our assessments, and we just spoke about how long does it take at your school, how long does it take at our school, because there is a variance, and it also depends on students who may receive extra time based on students who receive special ed services. So we came up with the times that we felt in general were for every assessment. We looked to see what assessments do we do that provide us the exact same information as another assessment, to make sure that we're not getting the same information from two assessments when one could do that and it could save time in the classroom. We also talked about the purpose of the assessments and the value that the performance of our students provides us. So does it give us the data that we actually need to dig into how can we help our students improve their performance? And then as well as the timeliness of results, how long does it take us to get those results back? Some assessments, such as the PARC, we take it while we're just finishing up right now. We're not going to get those scores until later in the summer. But our MAP scores we get immediately, and our district assessment scores we get immediately. And those are things we can use in the moment as soon as we've given those to start doing some regroupings the next day. So we looked at all of these areas, and so as a team we came together and brought forward these recommendations to the board. So the first one is for primary literacy assessments. We have a couple that we felt were duplicative, that they provided the same information, and so we're recommending that we might consider to remove at least one of those assessments to save some time. Also, we currently do what's we call MIRL, which is Monitoring Instructional Grade Levels Assessment, and we're recommending that it becomes optional. This is assessment that does provide us great information for those students who are still working towards proficiency, and helps us to target our instruction for those students. But we didn't necessarily see a need for those assessments for our students who are performing on grade level or who are above, because we have other ways that we can assess their learning in the classroom. We also recommend implementing the measures of academic progress twice a year instead of 3 times a year. So we currently do MAP-R and MAP-M, which is the reading and math assessments. We do both of those in grades 3 through 5. And in the lower grades, we do MAP-P, which is for math, K to 2, and we also do MAP-RF, which is a new assessment we started this year, and we do that in the lower grades as well. So we recommended cutting that down to do it just twice a year as opposed to all 3 times that we're currently doing it. And then we are also recommending to decrease the pre-kindergarten assessment. This is one of those assessments that I talked about that since I don't have pre-K at my school, I didn't necessarily know about it, but fortunately we did have a teacher who teaches pre-K, and she was able to share the amount of time that it takes to give those assessments.
Thank you. And so what we have done over the last year or so, since we've been listening to the larger stakeholder group give those recommendations and share some of their concerns and frustrations, and also been hearing from other CTL members and our administrators, we have been taking those recommendations back to our smaller central office assessment committee and our evidence of learning committee to really see how we can address some of the concerns that have been raised. And so as we want to just share a status update for you as we move into next school year, we have heard loud and clear from our teachers, our primary teachers, that the one-on-one teacher to one student administration of assessment, while the student only experiences that assessment for 15 minutes or so, it does take a lot of time for the teacher to administer, and we've heard that loud and clear, and so we are going to remove a primary assessment so to relieve some of that time. We are looking at, we started this year an assessment that students could take with headsets, and it did make the process go faster and provided us the same information that teachers got when they did the one-on-one paper pencil assessment. So we are going to move to decreasing the assessment. That will help with our time. The Murrell assessment, monitoring instructional reading levels, we will make optional based on student need. If students are really struggling, we do highly recommend that they use that assessment to monitor their growth, but it would not be a mandatory assessment. And we are going to implement the MAP assessment twice a year instead of 3 times, so that will certainly help with our time. In terms of our pre-K assessment, we will review that in 2019-20, next school year, and see what we can do to reduce the amount of time that assessment is taken in pre-K. We kind of learned about that concern a little late, and we weren't able to make the changes for next school year. But the other 3 we will be able to meet. And we are well under the 2.2%. At the elementary level. 5th grade is the only grade that gets closer to the 2.2%, but still under, because they also have the science assessment that is mandatory. Okay, so now we're going to talk about middle and high school recommendations.
So there was also a middle school subcommittee and a high school subcommittee, but you'll find that many of the recommendations were very, very similar. I'll just run through the key recommendations. One is increasing the allotted administration time for the MAP tests in middle school. Again, as Mr. Forkert and Mrs. Hazel mentioned, schools have different experiences with how long these assessments take, so there was a recommendation to increase the allotted time when we add up the minutes.
Administration time, just giving it out, or actually?
How long it takes from start to finish for the student. So in the example of MAP, a student, it's responsive to the student. So some students could fly through it, others it may take longer. So how you establish sort of that allotted time that we're going to use for this purpose, there was a recommendation to increase that. The other thing was that we have students who were taking 2 assessments. ESOL students who are also enrolled in English classes were taking ESOL district tests and English district tests, so we need to decide on one for those students. We also had a lot of discussion, and I'll talk a little bit more about it in a minute, about our assessments in English. English district assessments include common writing tasks, so we had a lot of discussion about how we allot time for student writing, and so there was a recommendation to increase the allotted administration time to 90 minutes each marking period instead of just 2. And the last bullet there about math was pretty significant. A lot of feedback that we've heard from math teachers about the district progress checks in math were that getting it done in one class period, 45 minutes, was really difficult. And so we're going to increase the administration time to 60 minutes and also split the tests into 2 sessions so that teachers and students can spread it out. The high school recommendations were very similar with a couple of additions. One is making it clear that the MAP reading test is an optional assessment at the high school level. Again, the ESOL and English progress check issue, again, the common writing task issue, which I'll talk about in just a minute. And also some recommendations to take a close look at the English curriculum and the number of long extended writing tasks that students are being asked to do. Similar recommendation at the high school for 60 minutes, and one about the PSAT. The PSAT is given to all grade 10 students, so we could be considered a locally mandated assessment, whereas grade 11 is optional. So we're going to make sure that's clarified moving forward. So we are taking many of these recommendations and putting them in place. We will prescribe a distinction between when ESOL students take an ESOL progress check and when they take English, so it's not both. We will move forward with the changes in math to increase the time, as well as 90 minutes allotted each marking period for English. There are a couple of things under review. One I just mentioned around the administration of MAP. Again, schools have different experiences with that, and it's really individualized when a student experiences MAP. So we're going to study more data about how that plays out for students across our schools and engage a few more people about the MAP administration time. With the common writing tasks, the role of the common writing tasks as a mandated assessment in English classes was actually a really substantive conversation in this committee. With the common writing tasks, on one hand, we know that writing is essential in English courses, which includes longer term process writing that takes place over time, longer essays that are longer than what you would do just in one class period. And they're not like a typical test. They take a longer period of time. This type of process writing, we call it, is really important, and we've developed standardized rubrics and scoring practices so that they're done consistently across the district. So on one hand, they're part of the curriculum because students are writing, but on the other hand, we are saying that they're mandated as a district measure. And so this was actually done by design to use something that students are writing in the curriculum naturally as one of the writing measures instead of an additional test. But the committee really hasn't been able to come to full consensus on answering this question of where writing instruction stops and where mandated assessment begins. So this one needs further review and more input from English teachers this summer as we go forward. We will also be working with our English and ESOL stakeholders to make that specific designation about ESOL or English progress checks for ESOL students. So that is still work underway and further engagement that needs to be done before we make the plan final for next school year. We would like Mr. Lloyd to weigh in with his perspective on the work of this committee.
Good evening. Part of what framed House Bill 461 initially, you may remember back in the Obama administration, the Obama administration had a concern related to the amount of testing nationally, and that grew out of largely stakeholder input across the country. From there, our legislative body in Annapolis started to have those conversations in late 16 around how we would implement that. And what emanated from that was House Bill 461, which by very nature legislation, when you seek to try to write it, language matters a lot. And one of the things that they tried to start to say was, well, so what's not included? If we were to set a cap, what would we not include? And so they started to lay out some things. For instance, they said a teacher-developed quiz or test. So it was this notion that if a teacher develops it, they give it, you can give as many of those as possible. It doesn't count against the 2 point, whatever the cap would be, it doesn't count. The other thing they said was a sampling test that's not administered to all students. Now, they didn't define sampling, which has caused some consternation in various areas of the state because what is a sample? How large or small does it have to be? In another part of the bill, another part of the law, they went on to talk about that time devoted to teachers selected quizzes, exams, portfolio reviews, performance assessments may not be counted toward the requirement under the paragraph 2. So you can tell already that there's this kind of jumbled nature of what even the definition of it, but the idea underneath of it would be if it's teacher selected or teacher created, that doesn't count. The challenge is then what does count? And that's the fundamental challenge. So it talks about federal testing. Well, that's probably fairly clear across the country. State testing, which is clear but changing because the State Board of Education is clearly having a lot of conversations about assessments that they either intend to implement or are thinking about implementing as accountability measures for either LEAs or for, frankly, for teachers. So they've had some of those conversations. But then the language says locally mandated, and that's what a lot of districts or my colleagues around the state, when we talk about this, and I even talked to the author of the bill recently and said, so what did you mean when you said locally mandated? Is that LEA mandated? And if so, why didn't we say LEA mandated? Is it school by school? And he said that's a gray area. We do not have clarity about that ourselves as to what that locally mandated means. And that's where we kind of leave, that's where we're situated, where we have some lack of clarity around that and differences in interpretation. I think that part of what I go back to that frame because part of what the Obama administration and the legislature heard was the feeling that there was too much testing. It was, and that's the real test point here, right? Like, where does the community or where do teachers feel like it's just too much testing? And you heard Ms. Lynch, I mean, that's the comments, right? And so she talks to me quite frequently about that. I'm appreciative of her work in that area because it does help me understand. I say that because this report by law goes to you now in June, goes to actually us and MCEA. It has to go to two parties. And then you and us have to work out those kind of differences prior to the fall to be able to administer something. And so I've talked about with Maria, and we've had a lot of very good conversations about this. I'm sorry, Dr. Navarro, this is a more formal setting. Is that we have to be able to work through some of these interpretations locally, because it's not going to happen at a state level. Like, they're not going to define this by the time we need it. They may come back to it in the next legislative session as a part of Kerwin. I don't know. But I think that where we struggle is the locally mandated, what's that, right? And then we have the other pieces of, as Scott referenced, is a progress check of an assessment or not? And there's differences in interpretation. And that's what we have to try to work out as we go through this, because the law tries to state with certainty, right, a cap with here's what's not included and here's what an assessment is. But even under assessment, they only say it's a test. But then in other parts of the law, they list all kinds of other things. So it becomes very complex. So I hesitate to try to say, so we would disagree with this or this or this or this, like this assessment, because I think that's probably not fruitful to a discussion. It's more important to think about how do we resolve the conversations that we've had. I don't know, Maria, did you want to add anything to that? Or I don't want to misrepresent what we've talked about.
No, and I think Ms. Hazel is probably going to circle back on next steps. But thank you, because it is good, and I didn't provide at the beginning the historical aspect of how this came to be, and you're right with that.
So I think Mr. Lloyd brings up really great questions. And one of the things that is important to understand is that this is a fluid process. It's not over because we're near June, but that we have a lot still to discuss, the issues that he raised. Also, we have the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program, which kind of replaced the PARCC. So we're still learning about that. Changes to our ESOL programming and what assessments will be required there. We also have the new curriculum. They come with their own assessments, but because we haven't administered them, we don't know what the time is going to look like. We have the recommended time from the consultants, but we need to really be informed through a first administration. So we know that our times will change as we continue on through next year, and we are going to review our assessments on a regular basis. And also, the Act does require local districts to continue to make recommendations and meet each odd-numbered year, but we're going to continue to meet every year until, well, just every year, because we know that things are constantly changing. But we will provide updates as we have more information about new assessments, and also as we continue to have the conversations that Mr. Lloyd raised. Are there any questions or comments?
I'm gonna start with Mrs. Spodrowski.
Okay. When you were talking about these bridge projects and things like that, are those considered assessments, do we know, or is that totally separate? Oh, sorry.
It's not working, but currently they are not included in the
It should go
cap.
on now.
Yep, currently the bridge projects are not included in the cap. They are not administered to all students, so it's one of those samplings that wasn't part of the cap.
So I know that that's a big concern. Well, I just want to thank you all for your work on this and thank everybody who participates in it. This is something that we hear all the time as a major concern for everybody, parents, students, and teachers alike. Just a couple of quick comments because I know we're running late, but I think one of the things that's we need as we do this work and look at it, it would be nice I know teachers feel like it would be nice to have a lot more autonomy or creativity and whatever in ways that they control, I guess, over how they assess students and when and things like that. And I think that substitutes is something that, if we could provide more of the other people to help with the testing, then it might feel a little less like there's so much testing. That's all not for nothing. I'm really glad that we're doing the ESOL stuff. I want to thank our ESOL teachers for their feedback. I see we've got Cindy and Tammy here. Tammy Henneman, Cindy Laudo, sorry. And so, I think it's a really important voice just because, again, there was so much duplication that people were freaking upset about. So I think my only real question is, in terms of you continuing this work, why can't we, I know you mentioned about the pre-K and it's not ready, so you have to look at it next year. Does it take that long? I guess what I'm trying to say is why can't we do that sooner than a year from now?
Well, we recently heard about it really at our last meeting that it was an issue. And with the other assessments, we have taken quite a bit of time to talk to multiple stakeholders and look at data to determine what is duplicative, whether or not they are providing the same information. Can we get rid of something and still have the information for teachers and for the district? And we're just not ready to move that quickly. So we just
I appreciate that.
time.
I wanted to. Seems like they're getting tested too.
Ms. Dixon?
Yeah. So I'm curious, have you had any conversations at all about returning to final exams at the high school level?
In other venues, so it was out of scope of this committee, who was really trying to take a look at the existing assessments and establish that cap. I think that there are certainly other venues with the employee associations and groups of teachers that we talk to, there remains a conversation. Keeping in mind that we as a district, now that we have the evidence of learning framework pretty firmly in place, and there's a value in those quarterly district measures that we have in real time each marking period, and that teachers still have the ability to administer a final exam at the end of a semester. Is sort of the point of view on it right now, but it wasn't something explicitly that this committee tackled because it was those other areas that were in the scope of this work.
Yeah. Well, I will say that I'm disappointed, that we're still going down the progress checks road. We did our QAs, then progress checks and so forth. And I really do think that it's important, at the high school level especially, for students to have final exams, which in math and English especially, if you wanted to cut those back, but I think social studies and science are important as well. And furthermore, foreign language too. So, I think that just in terms of being able to benchmark, how our students are doing across the county, that it's important. I know the teachers have said that they feel that it's really important as well. And, I'm just going to, try to make even a little connection there. I wonder whether some of the attendance problems that we've had, may have resulted from the lack of these, final exams as well. And then certainly students going on to college are going to have to take exams, and so I think that that's very important as well. The progress checks, from what I hear from teachers, take an inordinate amount of time, and are for those who do them, which can be another issue as well. Do you know that they're all being done? You do know whether final exams are being taken and students are getting a grade. And then, I think some of it had to do with the lack of the final exams with the grade inflation, as well. So, I hope that at some point, we're going to revisit that and, talk with teachers about it and do what I think is probably, the better interest of students. I'll be very frank, not that that's hard for me, but I think that, we're maybe just wasting time and money, with these progress checks. So.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Ms. O'Neill, and I'm gonna go around the table.
So just following up on Ms. Dixon's conversation, I know there's a secondary grading committee that's going to be working. I mean, what goes into a grade, it might be a good venue to begin that conversation. I know you'll have teachers and administrators and various people involved with that, but I don't think that's the specific church, but anyway, there's a venue.
Yes, that work has begun with a pretty large cross-functional group to look at a lot of elements of grading and reporting and the role of these progress checks and district measures in whatever way, quarterly exams, quarterly progress checks, exams, whatever, how those factor into a semester grade will be part of those conversations.
But going back to this presentation, we hear tremendous frustration from teachers. When I visited schools this spring, it particularly hits our ESOL teachers hard. There were a number of schools where I guess we were transitioning, or the state is transitioning, so there were 2 different assessments that were given in ESOL, and just the inordinate amount of time lost for instruction for children who really need the instructional time. I heard it so often, and I know, a certain amount is important. I think you've taken some good steps. I know that at one point in time, we had every kindergartner with the kindergarten readiness assessment. And really, we needed to provide substitute teachers in there to be with the classroom teacher. And it was at a point in time when kids are just adjusting, so they really needed their kindergarten teacher spending the time instructing and not, we need the data. And I'm even thinking on the pre-kindergarten assessment, we, Montgomery County and the state, are putting in a lot of money into pre-kindergarten, and I think there is a certain level of data that we do need to have so that we can justify to our taxpayers the need for the money for pre-K. But I know our staff, and even administering the state assessments at the local schools, it's sort of all hands on deck, pulling in your special teachers, your PE teachers, because you need the additional hands. And So anything we can do to relieve the time. And I was surprised when I was in some schools this spring that, where we had put in Ready Common Core, or they had voluntarily gone with Ready Common Core, it added another layer of assessments. And, I think the teachers, it was a reality check for me, especially about the ESOL. So anything we can do to take things off the plate. It's a frustration for teachers, and it's annoying and frustrating for parents. And whether perception and reality are one and the same, I don't know, but there's still a perception that we are testing kids to death.
And more than other.
So Ms. O'Neill, there was that conversation about pre-K was a pretty big part of Kerwin around how can we make sure if we do this pre-K 3 and 4 that it actually gets kids ready for kindergarten, and when can we do it? And they had that same conversation, because you have to have some measure, especially if you're going to start to deal with private providers, right? And then what happens when you try to add certificated staff to private providers? Does that make a difference? And so they'd want all that. So that became a real big topic at Kerwin of when do you do that? And it does become a question, frankly, of, well, it should happen in kindergarten when the kid arrives, but then it is in the worst part of the school year where you're basically pulling the teacher out and testing kids for the first few weeks. So there was some conversation like, can we do that in the summer? Could we use it as an exit exam as a pre-K? To put it that way, to a final exam in pre-K. Right, so, but I think to your point, Ms. Dixon, I think that conversation, we've been challenged on where to put that conversation. Marie and I have talked some about that. I don't know if that goes through our labor management committee because it has CTLs on it, but we've been challenged where to put that conversation, frankly, where to have it. But I know that Dr. Navarro, being a good labor partner with us, would examine the options. Am I right on that?
Yes, no, and one thing that I just want to remind folks when we talk about the early childhood assessments, that our early childhood partners would say very loud and clear is developmentally appropriate. These are little kids, and so we want to always, as educators, absolutely talk to the community about their investment that they're doing in this great opportunity for kids, and also be careful with the developmentally appropriate modalities for our students. But absolutely, we need to continue, and I heed the
I think that the developmental piece is so important. Whether at what age is the child really ready to do it on a laptop, even an iPad. My granddaughter in first grade was really not ready to do it, not in Montgomery County, across the river, but she was not really ready to do an assessment at the beginning of first grade on an iPad. And it can be incredibly frustrating for children as well.
Dr.
I want to thank the committee for doing this tremendous amount of work. I did get to read the narrative, and I think I know what dibbles are and merles are that you are saying we don't really need. But I appreciate you looking at those things to see what is duplicative. And I was thinking about pre-kindergarten testing, but we may not need that if we have universal pre-kindergarten, right? Because we have to make decisions based on whatever that test is for pre-kindergarten. So if we do have to do that, then you'll have to help us to understand it.
Mrs. Silvestri.
My colleagues have said a lot of the things that I wanted to say. I just wanted to say thank you for the work, and please keep working at it, because it still seems like we're doing a lot of assessment, mandated or non-mandated. Down to the fundamental issue, what is going to help the teacher help the student progress? That should be our core focus. Please continue to include ESOL teachers in this process. And I just wanted to say that as we talk about the final exam issue, am I correct in thinking that AP and IB students essentially take a final exam.
Yes.
And so, again, what experience is that giving them that other students are not? I don't know where I stand on final exams. I'm being very honest, but I do see that those students are getting the final exam experience for better or worse, and then other students are not. Something to think about.
Mrs. Wolf.
Thank you for the presentation. I just have two comments. One is on the writing task. I don't know what that even means, to be honest, but what I would say is that we're getting a number of comments from people that our kids don't know how to write. So whether or not you test them, there needs to be some sort of evaluation as to whether or not they have learned that skill. I want to say, I know this is not on final exams, but I too want to say I'm a proponent of final exams. I don't believe we're preparing our kids for the real world of college if they don't have the experience of final exams. Thank you.
Ms. Tadakanda.
Thank you for this presentation. I definitely do resonate with many of the things my colleagues mentioned, and I also wanted to say that this is something that students talk about a lot. Sometimes it almost feels like we spend more time taking tests than actually learning things. So this is a very important conversation, and I'm glad we're cracking down on it now, and making sure that we really think about the duplicating part is something that's pretty significant of a concern that I've heard multiple times. It's like, why am I taking 7 hours of testing, when I only need to do 2? So definitely glad that we're having this conversation, and we'll look forward to continued student input as we move forward with the next steps. Thank you.
Ms. Anacona, one of the things I think that would be helpful, because we had some student members, but then I think due to a variety of things, transportation maybe because we're talking on so many issues that if I'm a kid, frankly, if I'm a student, why am I here? So I guess what I would be interested in thinking through is because I agree with you. I think students have a very good perspective about what's happening, but we didn't have if we're honest with ourselves, we did not have the representation all the way through that we needed, and we need far more student representation. So I'd be interested for you to talk with your colleagues and then talk with us about like how would we get a substantial student representation to be able to have those conversations.
So can we get some information on how the students were recruited, so we can talk about how we can do better on that aspect? Because A, I know this is very important to them, and B, on several other efforts, I know Dr. Navarro just met with students on the equity initiatives.
I had the largest attendance by the students, actually, when we did public hearings. Almost 40 came out last night on the equity accountability model.
Right. So there's a lot of interest, and there's a lot of passion and energy around advocating on education issues in general. So I'd want to know, and also how can we make it more accessible, these opportunities to students, because they're always here and not all students have transportation. So maybe focus groups in regions.
We can go to them too, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I was thinking, but I like that focus group idea.
Yeah, something more.
Ms. Tadakanda, and board members, the act does require ongoing committee work, and what we're hearing tonight are that I've heard from the committee are a number of unresolved issues. We've heard about final exams and about where that conversation needs to continue to occur, engagement with students, continued engagement with educators at all levels, so we will capture the feedback tonight and work it up into another round of sequencing, because that's what the act requires. It requires ongoing examination of the assessment process, and so I think the committee has done really good work to get us to a very healthy starting place, and we'll continue taking this feedback. So I did just want to acknowledge all the concerns and feedback that board members have that will be folded into the next iteration of the work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zuckerman. I can't remember, did we start with Ms. Dixon? Yeah, we started with Ms. Dixon, okay. So thank you all for this discussion, it was great. And the next item on our agenda, excuse me, Board of Education items, that we can get a motion to move 10.1 and 10.2 in block.
Move in block. Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? And that is unanimous. At this time, we, at the last meeting, we had tabled the new business item from, that Ms. Modrowski was going to present. So if you can go ahead and.
Okay, thanks. I'll try and
Some
keep it really
detail.
quick.
Okay.
I sent all of you some research information and stuff. Hopefully, I think it's posted on board docs already, but and I think you all got a copy of it just in case. And worked with Dr. Smith and then talking to staff and each of you, all of you. I made some, and I'm not sure if we decided if they're considered amendments or revisions. Amendments. So you are getting now is a copy of the revised, amended resolution. There's a couple of little points that I just want to clarify. Number one, in both the title and in one of the whereases, it references text through an application, quotes app, that would increase individualization of communication. I just want to clarify that does not specifically mean an app. It's a text messaging method. So application meaning in terms of it happening, not in terms of an app as people think of it on their phones. So I just wanted to clarify that in case anyone's. And then the other major change is not putting a date, start date by the beginning of next school year. That was something, I had thought would be good for convenience purposes, but that's a lot. So we're going to be, this would give our new board's communication and stakeholder engagement committee, that they would be able to work with the system, the school system, Dr. Zuckerman's office, and the communications department, as they do the work on the student information system rollout. It would just be measuring the component to be implemented during the 2019-2020 year, as that system gets rolled out. Oh, right, okay. I was just making the clarifications on, and I pulled up some examples of like what Fairfax has, and some research papers that were done on the community engagement aspect of it, and stuff like that. But that was all. You could link to those reports in the letter that I sent you all. So I will go ahead and read the resolved, and that is that resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education requests that the superintendent of schools work with the board's communication and stakeholder engagement committee to ensure that the new student information system rollout include a text messaging component to be implemented during the 2019-2020 school year.
Second. There's a motion and a second to the business item as amended. All in favor? And that is unanimous.
Yay.
All
Thank
right.
you all. Thank you.
Are there any other new business items that board members would like to bring forward? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna go to the next session on our agenda, and it's just for informational purposes. And if I can get a motion to adjourn.
Move adjournment. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjourning? And that is unanimous. And, right. And that's a wrap. Thank you.